If you ever
It's
had
like,
to
oh,
ask
there's
him to be more affectionate with you, he's gay. He doesn't want to touch you, bitch. He wants to touch dick. If you ever had to ask him to spend more time with you or like arrange dates, he's gay.
huh,
He doesn't want to hang out with you. He doesn't want to go on a date with you because you don't got a dick. Maybe he doesn't post you, but he wants to post his homeboys. He's gay. He's in a relationship with them, girl. Not you, bitch. Honestly, if he's
this shit
under five,
cracks me up because really what this chick is saying is it doesn't really matter why, whether he's gay or whether he's not gay. It really doesn't matter. What matters is he's not into you. It really, the reason that he's not into you doesn't actually matter. But they have to basically write it off as sour grapes and call the guy gay so that they don't take the hit to their own ego, which, I mean, honestly, that's ridiculous to me in the first place. Like getting your self-esteem, although I'm not a woman, I'm kind of biased, but getting your self-esteem from the outside like that, getting it from people's attention, like kind of needing attention for your self-esteem. I just don't get that. I couldn't imagine whether or not or being living in a place where my self-esteem is dependent. My self-worth is dependent on what everybody else thinks of me. I mean, it is to some degree. We all care what people think of us. It's just how much stock do you put in in that. And the more that your self-worth is based on things that you can control, the better off you are. Like no matter what, it's almost like how stock portfolio, you diversify a stock portfolio. Self-esteem is kind of the same thing. And you want to diversify for volatility, and it seems like to me it seems like women, they have all their stuff in one in one stock. It's not even an ETF, it's in just a regular stock. And if that stock goes down, they lose everything, kind of a deal. I mean, and like I said, allowing your self-worth to be tied to something that isn't you have no control over, it's just not wise. I mean, as far as you can help it anyway, because you're going to have those ups and downs big time, that stuff, if your self-esteem is tied to your job or something. Oh, hey, what's up, Hambone? Glad to see you. Glad you got back safe. But to me, and the I try not to do that with self-esteem. It's not a good idea, to have it tied to what other people think of you. I mean, especially if you're kind of a crappy person, obviously that's not gonna be good for somebody if have their self-esteem tied to what people think, and then to boot they're a bad person. Not a good idea. But I remember somebody I think I forget who told me this when I was younger, but I've always kind of felt like it was a good rule of thumb. Grown adults, grown men, they get their self-esteem from setting goals and accomplishing them. Follow through, you know, setting bars and then reaching them, following through, finishing. That's where you're going to get the most satisfying uh, self esteem. That's where you're going to get the kind of thick skin that people can't take from you, because it was never dependent on what other people thought. It was dependent on whether or not you could accomplish the things you set out to do. 16-year-old high school girls, get their self-esteem from their boyfriends. Grown adult men, no, that's not where you get your self-esteem from, my dude. That's why they say, you got to get on your purpose and, pursue your dreams or whatever before you start thinking about a woman. And that's a good rule of thumb, truly. But that's because you're focusing on crafting your own self-esteem, your own self-worth. And honestly, it's a good idea to stay away from women until you have that like anchor, you're grounded in that, because you're going to be in for a roller coaster ride if you try it the other way. And I mean, it's another thing too is self-esteem is, I think I heard this in psychology, but your self-esteem is your own self-worth, or your own your how you see yourself, your own mental picture of yourself, like what are your flaws, your strengths. It's the difference between your own self-image and what everybody else thinks of you. That's your self-esteem. It's the difference between who you feel you are and who everybody thinks you are. Who you actually are, in other words. And the bigger the gap, the worse it is. And I brought this up before. When people, you come across sort of a braggart, somebody who's boasting openly, and I don't know if anybody else is like this, but when somebody's boasting, it immediately says um either low self-esteem or compensating or hiding, trying to hide behind lies or something. That's what I mean. That's what I hear when I hear boasting. I automatically assume that you're foolish. You don't know what you're telling tales out of school. But when somebody's doing that, they're trying to raise how everybody else thinks of them. Like, and it's usually, and when they say, I don't like to use the term narcissist, but when people say someone's a narcissist, what they're I mean, really what they're saying is this person has an inflated sense of themselves. This person is a bad person, but they think they're everybody's best friend. It's not the difference between your own image, your own self-image, and what everybody else, their image of you. It might be I think it's just the difference between your self-image and your and how other people think of you. But either way, I mean, it's a good idea not to get any self-esteem from other people. And it's not a woman thing, it's just a you thing. If you want to be content and happy, whether, people are coming or going, you know, you should focus on building up your self-esteem on your own by, like I said, setting goals, setting bars, and accomplishing them. I mean, that's where you're supposed to get your self-esteem from. Like I said, 16-year-old girls get their self-esteem from their boyfriend. We're supposed to grow out of that when we become adults. We're supposed to grow out of that. I mean, and anytime you see somebody who self-esteem is like that, is like a social, like a butterfly, basically up and down, they come off as incredibly immature. There's a reason for that. And let me, like, does anybody remember their parents tying their self-esteem to what other people thought? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, I can't even imagine my parents really caring what other people thought. Although they do, of course, but not as much as you or as children, because they've gone through their life and they've acquired their own self-esteem through osmosis or living life. They may care about what other people think, but way less than you did in school. Isn't that right? Because I guarantee you this much: a kid in school is the most self-conscious human being on earth. Like light years more self-conscious than parents will be. And you'll never be happy. You'll never be truly happy. And it took me years before I really got my sea legs, as it were. I remember being like kind of jealous of my parents, like, you lucky bastards, you've had 30 years to get used to this crap. Like I'm still a kid, like I haven't had the time to adjust, because you don't have much of a frame of reference, but when you go to the hospital the first time, you're scared. But after you've been to the hospital 10 to, after you've been through it multiple times, you know what to expect. You're not really, and I just use the hospital as an example. And it's easier to cope with it because you've been through it before. Not only that, but as your life progresses, you weather more storms. And I remember my parents growing up, like, something bad would happen and they would just swallow it in stride, man. And I would be like, how do you do that? How do you do that? Explain this to me, And it's not that they do it, it's just that you stop overreacting to stuff, and as you live your life, you go through things, go through different situations, weather different storms, and you get a feel for what to expect as you move forward. But I had pretty serious anxiety pretty much my whole life, probably till I was like 30. And I remember after I was 30, like all of a sudden thinking, like life is really good. Like it had been so long since I had, been worried about something, and, like with anxiety. I mean, that anxious feeling, I like lived with that for my whole life. Always feeling that my pit of my stomach sink, that sinking feeling. I mean, it was just like my whole life I had something like that in the back of my head, whether it was homework or just stuff that I was responsible for. It's like not until just a few years ago did I have things in order and a routine that I basically, my my the bar that I had set for my life, I could routinely hit that bar every day, hit that bar. So it's like I didn't have stuff to be worried about. Just your normal routine, going to work, earning your rent money basically. But actually though, like tree climbing, that was one thing. That's one thing that'll still give me anxiety. You know, like harder climbs. That anxiety is good though. It's kind of it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you from making mistakes. The day that you're not scared when you're 90 feet up in a tree, that's the day you die. Pretty much, you fall and hurt yourself. I mean, that fear is healthy. But it does subside as it goes. I remember when I first started climbing, I actually got locked up in like one of the first trees I climbed. Like I couldn't move. I was too scared to step back down on the ladder because I was just like just couldn't let go. And I was only like it took me like 20 minutes to get back down out of a tree that I'd only taken 2 steps off the ladder. It took me like 20 minutes to get back on the ladder and get down, or just to get back on the ladder. I mean, but after a while, it becomes like just another day at the office. You know, I remember when I was a kid at the Grand Canyon, and I had to I had to get on my stomach and belly up to the edge because I got so much anxiety from looking down. I was afraid I was going to throw myself off. That was like the feeling I had. And I didn't like even being at the mall and looking over that railing at the mall bothered me. I didn't like it. I remember like being at a hotel one time on like a road trip, and my dad, he was standing on the balcony having a cigarette. And I walked out on the balcony. I had to like, I kept my back up against the window of the hotel on the porch. My dad's like sitting out there, like looking over the balcony and stuff. And I'm like, how can you do that, man? And this was before I hit puberty. And then when I was like 18 or, well, once I became an adult and like I got over that fear for some reason, now I could stand right on the edge of the Grand Canyon and it doesn't bother me a bit. I stand on limbs all the time. Or I used to stand on limbs over power lines, like, which is crazy, but and now my dad is scared to just to look over the edge. It's the weirdest thing, but we literally swapped. I don't even know how. That's just how it played out, I guess.
5'10", he's probably gay. Yeah. Yeah. If he says things like,
the reason why they don't like that is because nonsense. Men let them.
I need to start like cutting, these videos where people react to the clip. Like I like doing that and I would do it, but it's like I just hate shorts. I absolutely hate them with a passion. I hate TikTok with a passion. Don't like YouTube Shorts. I don't like uh the browsing thing on X for the video. I just can't stand it. I don't mind reacting to them, but I can't stand like cycling through it because it's just a bunch of crap that I don't want to look at. It's like get to the stuff that I want to react to. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just like when I watch these, I'll just like cut out the videos and just react to have them collect this garbage for me and just react to that. I mean, there's so much fodder, and like the thing is like women use this as gossip. They use their trials and tribulations in their life to for something to chat about, something to gossip about on online, and it just I don't get it. Blows my mind. Like, how are you like, and that's why we're like kind of open to that, like women putting our stuff out on the internet because it would never occur to me, like if I matched with somebody on Tinder or something, that stuff's going to the grave with me. I mean, I might talk to my homeboys about it, but it ain't going on the internet. I talk to guys at work, but it ain't going on the internet, and they don't know who the hell I'm talking about. But it would never occur to me to talk about that stuff. Why would I want to put my dirty laundry out on the internet? But it never occurs to me. But these women, they love it. They love it. And it kind of scares me when I see them talking and I'm thinking to myself, how many women have put me on blast, like put my stuff out. Like how many women have done this? I wonder this sometimes. It kind of creeps me out though. Like, you open yourself up to like, you have no privacy, when you're dating one of these big mouths,
That up.
one of these fat mouthed women.
Isn't it funny on the flip side? You tell a chick, yo, I don't want you hanging out with him anymore. We've been friends forever.
Oh man. We've been friends
As a life, I didn't want to be
Back me up.
any of this hype. Let's get the next one.
So I had a long commute to work because the traffic was crazy. I don't even know why the traffic was crazy, but I had a lot of time to think about some things. So first things first, I want a man who yearns for me. I'm talking like Bridgerton, Romeo and Juliet.
That's a lie. That's a total lie. That's not what she wants at all. That's like they tell each other that stuff to have fun talking about it. Not actually what they want. Not even close. And yearning, I'm sure you do want guys that yearn. I'm sure you do miss those days. Because you made suckers out of those dudes. The difference is that guys are kind of hip to the game. You guys can't help yourself. You talk about all this stuff on the internet. You know? Like, keep it to yourself and maybe you get away with it a little longer. I don't know. But they treat those men like suckers, and I'm sure this is apparent from watching my videos, but I'm kind of a romantic. I'm into that stuff. I like it. I like being the leader. I like seeing the look, doing good, nice stuff, great stuff for my woman. But it's not it's, no, you can't start it off that way. The woman has to be into you enough to deserve that. Because I've tried doing that. And what's crazy is this probably hasn't happened to you, but when I've tried to do that and be the good guy, I've had women get angry with me. I'm talking flip out on me and chew me out over that stuff. And I'll explain. But when they're not into you and you say stuff like that, they move on. When you're the nice guy, they move on. But when they really think they're really into you and they already like that, they match with you or they see your picture and they're already fantasizing about you, and then you come with the nice guy stuff, they're mad because they want to like you. They like you, and you just totally a boner kill. And honestly, it just occurred to me because I remember it was not that long ago. This chick was like perfect for me, and I just kind of uh got kind of caught up in the moment, like talking about it, and she just went nuts on me, man. And I was like, what's funny is she went nuts on me and just drilled me over this stuff, and I said, fair enough, goodbye. Or I said, like she drilled me, and then she didn't unmatch me. I responded, like it was kind of open ended how she left it. Like, stop it, stop. There we go, finally. But as I was saying, she left it kind of open ended, like she was saying, "Hey, cut it out, stop it, stop fronting, just be yourself." Like that was basically what she was saying, and when I responded, okay, or fair enough, bye, and she like left it open ended for me, like I could have corrected myself and kept going. But it was so off putting, like how she just like flipped out on me, like chewed me out. I'm thinking, the hell do you think you are? Like, okay, maybe I made a butch here, but that doesn't mean you can be rude. And it's one thing if you're going to be rude and then unmatch me, but be rude and then like hoping that I'll like correct it and come back. Like, no, no, hell no. I mean, I really I've been a very naive person when it comes to dating or when it's like just not hip, not in the know for a long time. And that was something I didn't really understand for a long time, that you can't uh drool all over, oh you're so special, this and that. You can't pedestalize them. They'll hate you for it. And it's not that like they just can't like a guy that does that. Even if they are incredibly attracted to you, if you do that, you damage your her image of you. Honestly, man, I wish I was younger. I've learned so much about women. So much. I mean, it's easy, but it's like I don't really have the desire anymore. Like, I don't feel like going out and dealing with all. I don't really like people. It's weird. People like me way more than I like people. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I could get by with just being like a Ted Kaczynski type. Honestly, it'd probably suit me better. As it is now, I feel guilty. Like, oh man, it's not like I don't have any excuse to not like people really. But it's just weird. Like, I like being alone, which is that is weird considering the fact that people like me. I don't know what it is. I'm not into it. Just not into it. I don't like I like to think. I like quiet. I don't know. I like if I do talk, I want to talk to somebody who's being sincere and in good faith.
Like I need to be the bane of this man's existence. Like I'm putting my order in now with God. I want my love to feel like an 80s R&B song, like a Jagged Edge, Life Jennings, Lauryn Hill, Nivea, Aaliyah type of song. That's what I want it to feel like. I want it to feel like a 90s rom-com with Matthew McConaughey. I don't care which one. It just needs to be starring Matthew McConaughey. That's what I want it to feel like.
I hate to break it to you, sweetheart. You're never gonna get that. It's not gonna happen. Nobody gets that. You know, especially nowadays. It's just not. It's not in the cards anymore, really. Dating has changed so much. You know, when people did high school sweetheart thing, different. Social contract has changed.
Okay, I want it to feel like William Shakespeare's iambic pentameter. That's what I wanted to feel. I wanted to feel like
Didn't even know
every song on the soundtrack in Twilight.
Once again, this sounds good when they're like, oh, I want a man to yearn. But it repels them at the same time. And it's funny that she made a shout out to like old R&B and like old music. Yo, those days are done. A lot of that music was around when times were different. That's
stuff.
Done. Talking about Twilight. We're not talking about where
that stuff is gone. It's dead and gone. And it's a shame, but it's like, you know, it is what it is. You guys force this, or the women before y'all forced this point. You know, and it's like, yeah, that stuff isn't coming back anytime soon. And I hate to break it to the ladies too. Like, yeah, the opening the doors, and yeah, that's not coming back anytime soon. I hate to break it to you, but chivalry, yeah, it is dead. It is. Oh well. You know? Like, and what really galls me is that the same people, the same women that say that this is a patriarchy that oppresses women, at the same time says, what happened to chivalry? What happened to put, good man holding doors? It's like, well, what happened to the patriarchy? What the hell are you talking about? You said that other stuff was oppressive. Make up your mind, you know? It's like, really, they want, they want it both ways. They want the best of both worlds. They want to get the best of both worlds, and men get the worst of both worlds, because that's how that works. When it's, we're a partnership, I get the best of one world, you get the best of the other world. But when you get best of both worlds, I get the worst of both worlds. When you get the worst of both worlds, I get the best of both worlds. That's how that works. And how is it? How do they not realize how selfish they are when, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you not have enough self-awareness? How are you so out of touch with reality that you don't even realize how incredibly selfish stuff sounds? Some of these women, and I'm not trying to pick on women in general, it's these specific ones. That's why I'm playing these, because it's specific, and it's like an individual thing. It's not an overarching problem. It's delusional ladies.
Just had my third date to cancel on me within 24 hours. I had 3 dates within 24 hours because I knew that.
Yeah, you had 3 dates in 24 hours. That good. I'm glad they all canceled. Who do you think you are? 3 dates in 24 hours? So you're not giving any of those guys your attention. If you have 3 dates in the same day, who are you fooling? You know for a fact you're not going to see any possibility with those guys. You're not going to put in any effort. You're not going to be present, and you're never going to see them again. Like, it's hard enough when you're seeing one person at a time. You're seeing 3 people at a time. Come on, get out of here. And it's like, we see you. You keep doing this stuff. Yeah, that's why nobody like guys, they you know, they do the staring contest with you. I always hear all these women complaining about that and how guys don't come up to them because those guys think, huh, you know, they look at you for a second and they think, yeah, she's pretty sexy, but she ain't worth it though. Or, you know, she's not worth it. Or a woman like struggling with her bags and stuff, and I walk by and I'm thinking, man, she could really use some help with those bags. Not over 6 foot though. You know, I'm under 6 foot. Is it even possible for me to help her? Yeah, I'm sure she has a boyfriend. I'm sure he's just around the corner. You know, it's like, I'm not 6 foot. I'm not sure I can help you. I'm not sure I can do anything for you, sweetheart. You know, I don't hit your standards. Sorry. But you know, it's like, you know, there's reality exists nowadays. You know, they don't want to play by the rules anymore. They want their cake and to eat it too. I mean, it's, you know, I was talking about this in those videos that I did earlier. You know, it's like women can't let us feel good about ourselves. It's almost like they have a problem with us feeling good about ourselves, or with us, you know, like the little delusions that men get, you know, like men need to lead, and men, you know, men want to feel this and and they won't let us have it though. It's like men want to feel like they're leading. It's not that we have to lead, it's that we want to feel like we're leading. So it doesn't really matter whether or not a guy wears the pants or doesn't, or, you know, if the buck stops with him, if he has the final say. What matters is, does his wife allow him to feel like a leader, or does she have to destroy any fantasy or any fiction that he has? She has to just stomp on it and crush it and say, who do you think you are? You don't get to lead around here. You don't even get to pretend you're a leader. No, you have to acknowledge you're my subservient puppy dog, my lap dog. You know, you're my subordinate. You're my inferior. Like, that's the problem. If to be honest, like, and some of these women, they'll be up front and say, yeah, I'm confrontational with men. Like, I just have to fight with them and this and that. And it's like, something's wrong with you. You know, there's no two ways about it. Something is wrong with you. It doesn't hurt you for guys to want to feel like they're leaders. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't take anything out of anybody. It doesn't damage or injure or take anything from anybody. But it allows those men to be content. And it's like, that cannot be allowed at all costs. No, we cannot allow that.
At least one of them would cancel. 3 have cancelled on me. What is wrong with this Melbourne dating scene?
Tell me exactly what's the problem here. So she set up 3 dates with 3 different dudes who she's really not interested in anyway, and they all cancel on her. They don't go explaining themselves to her. What's the problem? Let's be blood raw about this. The problem is she can't reap the benefits. She can't have these guys spend their resources on the date, get attention from these guys, and silently have them all competing against each other. She can't pick from the best one. She can't waste their time. This is why men stop giving women so much attention. Once they come to the realization that this is what takes place in the dating market, dudes stop. But it's a benefit to them, just not to the women. Let's be real about this. So while she's saying this as if it's a problem, an inconvenience, imagine that. You're wasting 3 dudes' time.
Yeah.
You're wasting 3 guys. You're wasting their time.
Where do you
But
get
it's
off?
an inconvenience to you because you can't waste their time. Amazing, isn't it?
Please have a man slowly explain to me why you all suck so much.
You know, guys didn't have a problem paying for the first date back in the day because women had class. They would only engage one guy at a time. You know, they would only deal with one guy at a time. And you know, if a woman would not accept your invitation unless she had some interest already, and she saw something possible in you. Today, women, they go out on dates with guys that they have no intention of ever seeing again. It's like, there's like a 1% chance that as a guy, if you pay for a first date, there's like a 1% chance that you're going to see her again. It seems like that. And it's like, nobody wants to get in the habit of throwing money away, throwing good money after bad. Like, no. They wouldn't do it. They would freak out if somebody expected them to do something like that. So it's like, wake up. Like, quit telling yourself these fictions, quit trying to fool yourself. Come to reality, come join us over here. That way we can be on the same page.
So please, someone explain to me why the that is.
Okay, so this chick is saying she's never met a good man, right? So she's never met a good man. That's not true. Channels like mine exist for a reason. Most dudes, contrary to popular belief, this space isn't that popular. Do you understand how many millions of people there are in the world? Most dudes operate with this same song and dance of I can be kind, chivalrous, and do all of this off rip, mind you, and she's gonna appreciate this. See, this is what men are taught to do since young, but women are never taught how to obtain a guy, how to obtain this type of treatment. No, it's just a given because men have been told this since birth. She's never met a good guy. Let's knock this out the park right now. This isn't the type of woman that you bring home to your mom. This isn't the type of woman that you parade around town and that you're proud of. No, this chick is getting hit for dime bags and ecstasy pills. Mollies, whatever you want to call them. Yup, I grew up around these type of chicks. Smashed a bunch of these type of chicks. Bro, the thing is with men, right? We'll try a bunch of different women. This ethnicity, from this place, this part of the world, this part of the world, this part of the world, whatever. And we come to realize that the rules are all the same across the board. We have to stay on code. These women think, oh, all men are this way. You don't try all.
Matrix, I get what you're saying. There is a certain, it's like a level of decorum, a level of socialization. One should help other people when they struggle. I agree. I absolutely agree. But things aren't that cut and dry. Things are nuanced. Real life is not black and white. Real life is green. But for every expectation in society placed on us or on people, men or women, but every expectation that's placed on us, it's not placed there for no reason. It's because there are equal or reciprocal expectations on women as well. It's a social contract. Hey, you do this, we'll do that, and that's how it is with the chivalry and stuff. But the problem is, though, is that they're not holding up their end of the bargain anymore with a lot of this stuff. They like you almost never get a pleasant response out of people in public. But like they have a responsibility as well, like men have a responsibility with with helping them with bags and stuff. But a good thread for that one. It was a puddle, but sure, it'll hit me in.
All men. You ignore most men. You don't try all men, so how do you know what all men are like and what they're not like? Makes absolutely no sense. All men are this, all men are that. You don't know what all men are because you only go for a specific type of guy or guys that align and have these traits. So you've never met a good guy. Basically, bro, she's met guys who just move on to the next option, who have fun with her and move on to the next fun girl. But is that a man problem or is that a you problem? That's a you problem. Can men explain this? Bro, what's understood doesn't need to be explained. Men are actually protecting themselves. See, when women come out here and make these videos, what it does is it shows you that the type of men they're bumping into are actually smart because they're getting out of the way. They're not going for what society says. And these women can't reap the benefits off of dudes being dumb. So when they're complaining about dudes, these dudes are really smart. Whatever they say. Oh, this guy didn't do this. This guy did this. This guy, he did everything that he was supposed to do to not get fleeced, finessed, and taken advantage of. Let's get the next one.
Any grown-ass man that's waiting for somebody
I
to
remembered it. You know, but there's a reciprocal duty. Any like chivalry, women had a reciprocal duty that we're, you know, we're all kind of kicking into the same pot. You know, we're anteing up. And women, they like men have to ante up with they hold up their end of the couch, and so do women. And it may not be equal. Men may give more overall, but it's almost like maybe it's a percentage of one's, you know, of maybe you could think of it as a percentage, you know, where it's like men pay a lot more, but it's because they make a lot more. You know what I mean? As a percentage of pay or labor or whatever. Whereas like, why? You know, when we are bludgeoned and attacked or nagged, screamed at over unpaid domestic labor, when these women are they're that petty, where when you're talking about, oh, you know, the wage gap, and you say, well, there is no wage gap, like, you know, more women are employed, or, you know, employed this and that, and then they say, well, there's all this domestic labor, you know, we handle all this stress, you know, this mental load from the domestic labor, the unpaid labor, with the unpaid chores around the house we do. And men are just giving it back to them. It's like, well, you know what? Because what it is I remember the first chick I dated, this is what she pulled on me, where no matter what I did, no matter how much I put in, she always put in more. But it didn't matter if she put in anything at all. She always put in more. And when I would, you know, rebut her with a good one, she would just revert to well, my time is, you know, like, I have less money, so my money is worth more, you know. Like, she would find some way to justify, or to, you know, some way to make it seem like she put in equal, even though I literally just dispelled that. She would then just do some mental gymnastics to say, well, it doesn't matter because I still put in equal. And, you know, you like, they don't, we exist, men exist, you know, things have to be at least reasonable for us, you know, like, if they're just, you know, and basically what it comes off as is these women just saying, you know, you just have to eat it, you know. I don't, like, it doesn't matter what you do or what you say, you're a man, therefore you eat it, it's on you, you get to deal with it, you get to deal with the extra burden. You know, that's what they're like, that's how it comes off. And it's like, you do realize that we don't have to do anything, right? That we can just say, never mind, we're good, we're fine being alone. That's where we're at now. They keep pouring all this stuff on us, they keep shirking. You know, when I was growing up, my mom did the chores in the house, you know. My dad did more, but she at least did that. Nowadays, they want us to do the chores too, as well as everything else. That's the problem, man. That is the problem. Like, we're doing everything, and even though they sweep the kitchen one time a week, that's worth more than mowing the
Managil
lawn.
says, "What's new, Blondie?"
You know, that's worth more than mowing the lawn, doing the laundry, changing oil. Oh, she swept, and her, you know, like, and it does kind of work this way. I it's okay. It doesn't bother me that women, you know, they do always feel like, you know, their time is more valuable or whatever, and that's fine. But there's a point where it gets absurd, where it gets like, okay, so this is just like a crap on me thing, or like, you know, nobody cares what I think. And it's unacceptable. It's like, just what do you do around here? You know, just what exactly do you do? And it's like, yo, if you're not going to do it, somebody else will. Okay. You know, like, And that was all, every time I've had to deal with that, that's always what it was too, that they just got a little too comfortable, or just got to, because I am a kind guy. I do, like, I'll take a little bit of abuse before I speak up, because, people have tough days and this and that, Like, I actually don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with being the adult, being the one to, like, I think guys should take that a little bit. They should get a little bit more abuse than women. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel that way. So it's not a big deal to me. But, like, it has to be reasonable. Like, and when I'm not going to allow myself to be taken advantage of, and it's that simple. But that's what they want. They just allow yourself to be taken advantage of, and get no credit for it. Get no, like, they want you to do all the stuff, but then they don't want to have to be grateful for it. They don't want to have to appreciate that you do all this stuff for them. And it's like, well, sorry, but, that's not how things work. I'm sure you would like to enjoy all of the benefits of me. And I'm sure it would be nice if you got all those without any effort on your behalf. I'm sure I would love the same thing. Hell yeah, I would love that. Show you guys have any home, like, how's your sister? Like, that's exactly, I mean, and who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want that? But something, there's a point where it's like, yo, that's just selfish. That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a good person. You're a bad person if you're just trying to take advantage of people, like, without giving back. Like, we've all had roommates where you put in a 6-pack or you put in something to eat and it's gone, and they do that over and over. Nobody puts up, like, nah, why do I don't have to put up with this? It's like, I don't like you that much to feed you. But, reciprocation matters. It matters. I don't mind taking a little bit of a little bit extra of the burden. I don't mind. That's, like, I'm happy to. But I'm not going to allow myself to be taken. I respect myself too much. Like, there's too many other women out there that would treat me a million, there's too many other women that would love to be in a relationship with me and do the bare minimum. If a chick won't even do the bare minimum, it's like, well, then what good are you? What good are you? It's kind of distasteful to think of it this way, but relationships are a what can you do for me thing. It's a transaction. Okay, you have something I want and I have something you want. Let's do a trade here. Well, if you don't have anything I want, or you're not willing to come up off of it, you're so stingy or so petty that you won't come. Well, then what are we doing this for? Toodles, cheers. Good luck with that. And I've had to do that with several. It's just like, okay, well, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. Like, I don't think I'm a sucker. I was a sucker at one point, not anymore.
Text or call first is not somebody that you want to have in your life, because they're just playing games and we don't have time for it. Honestly, we're in 2026 and now it seems like men are the ones that want to be chased. They're the ones that want to be spoiled. I don't need you to take me out to get some food. I can get my own food. I need a conversation with more depth.
Men don't want to be chased, and they're going to keep going on. How many times have you heard this in a clip?
A million.
Men want to be chased nowadays. No, they don't. No. Let's say men were asking for, a hot plate of cooked food, a couple pictures, effort. That's not being chased. Everything that men are asking for from women is for free. Everything they're asking from you, it costs something.
Right.
So imagine that. Imagine that. Look at the depth, since she's bringing up depth. I want depth, since she's bringing it up. Men want things that are for free, that come directly from you. You want things that come directly from, like, outside of a man. You don't want depth. And if you did, it would start with going for not just his looks, not how his life is set up, how his life looks. It would be getting to know the person. That's how you get depth. Knock it off. I tell the same thing to dudes. So you think we're like dunking on women? No, I tell the same. A couple clip. Men want to be chased nowadays. No, they don't. Let's next one.
I forgot what I had a thought on that. But yeah, you know, he's absolutely right. It's not that men want to be chased. I don't want to be chased. I just want to see some effort. I just want to see some effort. That's it. I want more effort than looking at me and locking eyes with me for a split second and looking away. Yeah, I want more than that. You know? All right. But men want to be chased garbage. It's like, no. And not only that, we're not like, and this is why this is happening, because men know they're not being unreasonable. It's not unreasonable for me to want kindness, for me to want, you know, pleasant demeanor, you know, when a woman is around me. It's not unreasonable for me to expect my woman to, you know, to make me comfortable or to want to make me comfortable, to expect my woman to want to make me a sandwich. She doesn't have to, but she should want to. If she doesn't want to, then she's not my woman. It's as simple as that. Like, I know what it's like when a woman cares about you. I know what that's like. I know when they go ahead and fix everything for you and come in the room with like a plate with a damn sub on it and chips. And like, I know what that's like. I know what it's like to have a woman spend 2 hours massaging me from head to toe. And it's kind of crazy though, honestly, how like, yeah, if you're the right guy, you know, they'll move heaven and earth. I mean, and it's like a testament to women that, like, it's incredible. They're like, that's why they're so special, you know, because they have the drive for that sort of stuff. And I do too, you know, a lot of things, but you know, I mean, like real care, you know, but that's not unreasonable. You know, it's like, you want me to provide and protect you. Well, the least you could do is see to my comfort, see to my, you know, make sure that I'm comfortable. My stomach isn't hungry, you know? I mean, shit, is that too much to ask? If it is, then I'll just rather be alone. So that's all there is to it. I'd rather be alone. Like, you know, but honestly though, like, I don't want to be alone. Like, it occurred to me last night. I was thinking about this, and it occurred to me this chick that I was with I dated for a while. Yeah, this one time she like massaged my whole, like, spent over an hour on it. I remember, like, she used lotion, like, put it on each limb, and then she like would pull down my, oh, I seen a short where somebody was getting a massage, and it just kind of run. I was like, oh man, I forgot. I think that's the only time I've ever had a massage in my life, like, ever had a massage, ever. And it was incredible, you know. And I was thinking last night, like, damn, you know, that'd be really nice right about now to have somebody, you know, that cared about me like that. Because it is nice. It is. You're not, I mean, I know Mina, she's always busting my balls about having a woman, like, oh, you need to get it. You need a wife. You need a wife. Well, no shit, I do. But at the same time, though, I would like, you know, yeah, I'm not very good at certain things, you know, and it would be nice to have somebody who was good at that stuff. But yeah, I don't know why Mina, she's always, you need a wife. You need a wife. You and your white rice. You and your white rice. Always busting my chops about what I'm eating. She's not going to be happy until I have a woman in my house as nosy as her.
So the guy that ghosted me, I was so loyal to him for months. Like, as he ghosted me, thinking that we still had a chance for months. Loyal to him for no reason. Like,
now this clip is very important because guys don't believe me or don't want to believe the advice of other smart men when they tell you that a woman will literally follow your lead off rip when she's interested in you. Oh no, that's not true. You need to build rapport and this and that. The guy who's ghosting her, she kept trying to make things work with him. Off rip. Because she was really interested in him. This is another reason why men don't explain themselves.
You know, I kind of feel like a lot of this stuff, like all the videos on here and gossiping and stuff, you know, I feel like, to be honest, all that stuff is just window dressing, and it's just it's BS. It's, people trying to fool themselves. Because I see women on here, where are all the good men? Like all these guys are just canceling on me, doing this, doing that, or upset that it's not working, or that they're not able to find a serious situation. And it's like, all of these stories you keep, and excuses and things you keep making up, so that, to say, oh, this is why they're not doing it. This is why, they're just lazy, or they're just this and they're just that. Deep down, everybody knows what the deal is. Deep down, they know that it's not because men are gay. They know that, and when a guy doesn't text them, or when a guy doesn't give them the answer they want, they know that it's because the guy wasn't seriously interested. They know it deep down. I think all of the rigmarole is just people just trying to kind of cushion the blow. Because it just seems to me like a lot of it, like what's seen as like the toxic dating culture, it's just people just diarrhea of the mouth. They're just talking to talk. They're gossiping to gossip. They have nothing better to do in their life. And it just seems like a whole lot of nothing, like a whole lot of just hot air that our country, our nation, our society, our civilization produces. Like Western civilization, we complain about absolutely everything. Yeah, I think I seen that rocket. I think I saw it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Nick canceled. Why would I say that though? Like, yeah, he canceled. Oh well, it is what it is. But like, yeah, I feel like a lot of the rhetoric, and a lot of the talk, and the scuttlebutt on the internet is all just garbage. It's literally, it's just to give people something to think about. I mean, I a lot of it, it's not practical. It's not utilitarian. They're not speaking because they intend to get a better, to get more out of the next situation. You know what I mean? Like, they're not using it to make their life better. They're not speaking on the internet because they hope to make life better for themselves or for society. They're doing it just to do it, just to get their mind off of reality. Like, that's how a lot of the internet feels to me. Like, people just blathering about nothing because they have, they don't have much of a social, because most people we don't have much social lives nowadays. Nobody is in a relationship. It's like everybody's so alone, and they got to make up for that loneliness by going on the internet and blathering about nothing.
Because for the smart men who do listen to the information, for the smart men who do say, you know what, I'm not going to think, based on what I feel, I'm going to go with somebody experienced. I'm going to go with their knowledge that they're trying to give to me. Okay, they're telling me next one.
There's something about book learning. You can learn a hell of a lot about the world by reading books. And I know, because I did that my entire childhood, but you can learn anything and everything in the world out of books. But it's abstract, and it doesn't actually mean squat until you see some of what you've read, some of the knowledge, until you've seen it applied in the real world. If like you read about something like dating, or like animal behavior or something like that, or human behavior, and it's like you have to see it in action before you really come to terms with it and really understand something. Like with dating and stuff, you have to, what you have learned has to correlate with reality. You have to, when you read or learn something, and then when you see reality, you should be able to say, that's what the book was talking about. Until you kind of find a connection between reality and what you've learned, it's just abstract, and it's not really applicable knowledge. And because I've had stuff that I've learned, couldn't really make head or tails of it until I was able to connect it to something in reality. And then I become a little bit more trustworthy of the author of the text. Okay, so some of this actually, at least some of it is true and occurs in the, out in life. Because and it's the same thing with like Haynes manuals. I remember when the first time I had to learn a Haynes manual when I was working on a vehicle. It's like I had to figure out the Haynes manual. Like I had to work on my truck one time and kind of get a frame of reference on what the vocabulary of the book was trying to get at by looking at my own vehicle and it's looking how the book explains it and sets everything up, and then looking at my vehicle and seeing how it is set up in reality. You have to have some way to tie, whatever it is that you've been told, the advice or whatever you've been given, to reality, and then you can go from there. You can make it work. You can extrapolate, as it were.
There's a long-awaited update on Mr. Chelsea Living Room guy, and it's not what we want to hear, girlies. So basically, we had gone on like 2 dates, and like the second one was really casual. Nothing like escalated on that date. I'm like, okay, perfect. That's great. And I ended up inviting him to an event my friend was having last weekend, and it's like one of the like, I don't know, you get dressed up, there's a DJ events, and he's like, what is this? And it's like, read the description. And I let him know, and he never replies. And I actually haven't heard from him since. And so we're getting ghosted by Mr. Chelsea Living Room. But here are the things why I think it could be the case. He's 28, I'm 30, and I feel like I may have given off like more of like a girlfriend vibe. And that actually is like more so along the lines of what I'm looking for. And also, like, going into summer, I feel like everybody just like wants to have fun. So it's not a big deal. Like, I'm like kind of sad about it, but I feel like now I've had time to come to terms with it. So we're just gonna have to replace Mr. Chelsea Living Room on the roster.
This chick in this clip, she said something that stuck out to me, right? She said in the summertime, people want to have their fun. They don't want to.
That's what women want to do in the summertime. I've never thought, oh, hot boy summer. Oh, no. Summer is work my butt off time. It's like, oh, sweat my butt off summer. That's what I think of. Maybe go to the beach one weekend out of the whole summer, perhaps, if I'm lucky. There was one that I saw earlier that it was just like, ooh, this is perfect.
I couldn't make this
Yes.
up if I tried. You got like,
Yes.
oh, I'm gonna just let the viewer decide. Like, what the did I do wrong here? I matched with this guy a week ago. I have a prompt that's like, oh, I want to go on a double date with my friend. He swipes up. He's like, corner store this Friday. I'm like, okay, well, this sounds really promising because I've always wanted to go to the corner store. It seems like such a great restaurant. So awesome. Me and my girlfriend and him and his buddy can go. We start to coordinate. We start to text. I realize, oh, shoot, my girlfriend's out of town, but I still want to meet this guy, get to know him. So I'm like, oh, well, maybe we can go on a date, just the two of us to start. And so we're chatting over text, seeming really friendly. We're hitting it off. We're like giggling, sending voice memos. At some point, I am fully doing all of my impressions. I'm doing my Kamala Harris, my Australian, so many different accents that I'm doing for this guy. I'm putting on a show, okay? Because that's who I am. I love to entertain. I love to make people laugh. Right? We're chatting, whatever. We plan to have a date this Friday at Hotel Chelsea. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. I've heard it's haunted. I'm like being silly and just like talking about that stuff. I'm getting ready. I'm fully in my outfit still. I'm wearing a beautiful dress, did my hair, I did my makeup. Like, I'm really like trying to look my best. Maybe it's not showing up on camera, but I tried to look my best, okay? Because I was like really excited to meet this guy. And also, there is a cold front in New York City, okay? It's freezing here. I was gonna call an Uber, and then I thought, you know what? Is it so crazy that this kind gentleman would maybe want to call an Uber for me? This is where I went wrong, I think. But basically, I'm like, oh, it's so cold. He's like, is this you trying to cancel on me? I'm like, hell no, absolutely not. If you really want to be a gentleman, I'd love an Uber, if you wouldn't mind calling me an Uber. Maybe it was the way I phrased it. 20 minutes goes by. He sends me a text and he's like, honestly, I'm not excited about the fact that you asked me to call you an Uber. He goes, I was going to offer to send you one when you were ready, but this whole thing has just like thrown me off. So I'm like, not really interested. Let's just not go out tonight. Okay. And so I'm like, oh, I apologize. I did not mean to offend you. He's like, I'm not offended, just not my vibe. And I'm like,
yeah, absolutely. And that guy wasn't BSing. That's absolutely, because I would have done the exact same thing. It's uncooperative. It's uncooperative. It's unladylike as well. Like, it really is. Like, that's what I'm talking about with this fiction. It's like, women, they're supposed to at least allow you to feel like you're the leader. Allow you respect you enough to allow you to have to be contented, to have that, to feel like you're in the lead. It's contentment. Modern women, They don't even want you to have to feel like you're leading. They don't even want that.
I'm a little bit confused. You were planning to call me one. Why is it so bad that I asked? And I didn't say that to him, but I thought that in my head. And he's like kind of explaining to me why he disliked that. And he's like, it's something that is given and not asked for. So I'm like, ooh, like I have like done a social faux pas, perhaps. Like,
Kinda.
Then he goes, quote, portrays materialism. And that's just not something I'm looking for. I didn't realize that asking for an Uber.
Absolutely, she didn't realize. You could tell. And at least he was nice enough to explain to her what the problem was. She probably still doesn't grasp it, but it's like men really aren't asking for much. If we don't have to be the leader, but can you let us at least feel like it? Like we're kind of designed that way evolutionarily. We kind of have instincts for that. It's kind of a necessity. Women, they talk about, our feelings, you hurt my feelings. But when it comes to our feelings, you see, they don't matter. They don't matter. What matters is that she's in control, that she gets to call the shots and stuff. She has to be the leader and you have to know it. And it's like, this is unreasonable, man. This is unreasonable. This is why these people are having such a hard time. You are being unreasonable. It's ridiculous. Why do you need to do this? And like I said in the video, women back in the day had they had the good sense to know that they had a role and that men have a role. And let's stay in our lane. Let the men have their facade, their pleasant little fiction. But it's like they won't do it anymore. And then they're wondering, what, did I do something wrong? Yeah, you did something wrong. Yeah, you did. They want us to do the chivalry and this and that. Oh, why aren't you helping me with my bags? At the same time, that same person will do this to you. Okay, so where's the reciprocation here? I'm not helping with the bags anymore. Sorry. Because you can't even play pretend. It's incredible. And like, women have always had a very powerful place in society. As equally, it's not that they made all the decisions, but they had power. Like they could sway things and affect change and stuff, just in different ways. And those women, they didn't fight it. They said, you know what? Men have their role. We have ours. We have equally, as valuable as a role. And they just got on with it. And because they know, like, it doesn't really matter what the appearances are. What matters to those women was what actually was happening. And women, like, in the past, there have been successful marriages where the woman is smarter than the man. That has happened. And it is possible if the woman respects that man enough to allow him. If she respects the man enough, to allow him to operate in his role and contented by that, it works out. It's only in the modern day when women, nobody explains to them that, yeah, they have a role, and it really doesn't matter what it looks like from the outside. Like I said, a smarter woman than a smarter wife than the husband, it can work. The wife gets to make all the decisions, but she does it with a little bit more tact and subtlety. She allows the man to think that he's leading. That's what a smart woman would do. The smart modern women, the smart girl, that's what they do. They keep their mouths closed. They know, they have the sense that God gave geese, and they know that they realize that they don't want to be their own worst enemy. Like letting their mouth get them into trouble. Everybody's so petty nowadays. So petty. you know, and I feel like men were kind of, people, they call it chauvinistic, but men were kind of, you know, just did what they were going to do, you know, they, without thinking and you know, the way things were in the past where it looks like men are like the dominant and this and that. Well, that's how it looked, but that's not how it was necessarily. It's not. The women just stayed out of the guy's way, let him do that. You know, it makes him happy. He feels good if I let him, you know, drive, or I let him think that he decides where we're, you know what I mean? Like, and it does, what really counts is, you know, does the wife have a say? They always had a say. Well, you know, but those women, they knew that they were, you know, they were playing a role, and it was acting, and they had to act the part. What's so hard about that? Is it that hard, or are women just that stupid? Like, and I don't mean like females, like women as in the sex. I mean modern women in the West that are struggling finding a man. Is it that complex? Or is you're just that crazy, you know, where you can't keep your mouth closed? You have to, like, a lot of things were left unsaid back in the day. These are the, and a good example for this, like a woman dating a guy, and, you know, they sleep together, and she goes, yeah, you have a little dick. That's like the equivalent of what these women do. It's like, you know, it's one thing for the guy to have a little dick, but do you have to tell him to his face and rub it in? You know, that's how everything is. You don't have the tact or the intelligence or the, you know, to know when to keep your mouth closed. And I remember my dad telling me this when I was younger. We were talking about dating or something. I was like below 10. And I remember being like, asking my dad about my mom if she was a virgin, which, you know, as far as I know, that was the case. They were high school sweethearts, but not sure what I believe. Although it does seem like she's telling the truth. They're telling the truth. But anyway, I remember my dad saying, well, yeah, you know, your woman should be a virgin before you're with her. He's like, or at least have the good sense to tell you that she's a virgin. Damn it, that's what I'm talking about. At least have the good sense to know when not to open your fat mouth. Like, that's what, like, the problem with the modernity is. Nobody has any tact. Nobody care. Like, women, and this is the problem with women. They just don't care about anybody else. They care about feelings, and it's all feelings this, feelings that, as long as those feelings belong to her. Anybody else's feelings, she couldn't care less about. Could not care less. For those of you out there that are sticklers for that one, I could care less, man. No. That was one of those things that used to bother me as a kid. Like, that would really irk me. But seriously, though, like, this is the problem. It's like, and, you know, back in the day, I'm pretty sure that mothers taught their daughters, like, hey, let him have it, you know, let him enjoy, you know, who cares? You know what I mean? Let it go. You know, does it hurt you that you know, feels like he's the lead? That's how women behaved back in the day. But women today, they can't do that. They literally and truly cannot do that. No. They have to assert their dominance. I don't understand it. It's like, you know, that need, that urge to assert your dominance, you're being cut out of the gene pool because of your dominance, because of your pride or your need to do that. You're cutting yourself out of the gene pool. You know that, right? They don't know that. That's the thing. They don't know that. They never think about it like that. It just blows my mind. Like, how is it that people go through their lives doing so little thought? You know, it's incredible, man. It is incredible. Like, why is it though that in modernity people can't just let other people have their fun? They can't just let them have their little lie, their white lies and stuff. Like, what? And it's like back in the day when a woman said, you know, does this dress make me look fat? The husband didn't go, yeah, you're fat as hell. What do you thought? You need to lay off the donuts. You need to lay off the McMuffin or the muffins and the and the the ice cream, sweetheart, the cheesecake and the ice cream. No, no, nobody did that. No, you let the woman have, if you do it, you do it with tact. But men still have that. It's the women that don't have tact anymore, that don't give a damn about anybody, even their spouses or or husbands' feelings. And it almost goes further than that. Like, no, they like to hurt. They like to pop bubbles, burst bubbles, and to it's getting to the point where it's like this really mean girls bullying kind of thing. Like the institutions in America, the co-ed institutions, or the institutions around dating and marriage and stuff, they've all been tilted. The state has put their thumb on the scale for women, and now women, it's like now they've, at first they just continued on the way that things always were, but as the generations have gone, they started taking more and more advantage of the advantage that they get. They just kept more and more, and now, like, it's kind of blatant, and they're like openly saying, yeah, I'm going to take your stuff and your kids. Just try me. Try me, try me and argue with me one time and see if I don't destroy your life, rip the rug out from under you. I mean, like, practically, that's where we're at. And it's just getting to the point where it's like, not only are we disadvantaged, but no, now you've seen fit to rub that in and to make sure that we get how much you're going to twist the knife. Yeah. And it's like, men's reaction to it is the right reaction, because this stuff, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for things to be weighted against one side. It's not healthy at all. It just leads to bitterness, resentment, and it's like, you can continue to force it, but then you just end up where guys aren't trying to get married anymore. You've overloaded the donkey, overloaded the beast of burden. He was willing to take more and carry most of the weight, but you've encumbered him. You've over encumbered him. He can't move anymore. And now, like, now it's got to be petty. Now we have to do semantics and argue about every little thing because you're taking advantage. Like, it's not like, it would be different if you had advantages that you didn't press. You didn't press your advantage. We wouldn't have to be so petty about it. It'd be like, well, you paid for lunch this time, but it's back and forth. We've lost count. Who cares? But no, you've been counting. Or you pay for one lunch, and all of a sudden, you don't have to pay for lunches ever again. Like, that's where we're at, is that women have made this thing petty and pathetic and childish. And everybody hates it. We hate it. We cannot stand it. Like, do you think people like squabbling over who pays for the first date dinner? Do you think, like, we don't have better stuff to be doing than to argue with women about who pays for the dinner? But, we've made it so where everything is, you're counting everything. Well, what about my unpaid domestic labor, my unpaid labor, and the extra mental load that I've had to just unpay, and it blows my mind. And it's when I hear doctors and sociologists and these people that are thought leaders, or they're philosophers, or they do the polls and stuff, for these women, these feminists, to come out and say, well, there's unpaid labor, this and that. And it's like, are you really trying to act as though this is a relationship between two people and that the women have unpaid labor? How petty can you be? Do you really have, is that it? Like, honestly, that's the best you can do? That's how equal it is, that you can't even think of one thing that you can label, that you can say, yeah, well, we do all this work, and be precise? No, you just have to, you say unpaid labor. because you can't think of it. You know, you have nothing left. And this is almost like the default. Like I said, when I was dating that chick, and you know, I paid for more than she did, but as soon, you know, and then when I show her, hey, you know, you said that you do more. Well, look, you know, I started tallying it, and I do pay for way more. Well, you know, but my money, you know, I have less money, so my time, you know, my money's worth more. Yeah, I only, you know, I didn't put in as much as you, but my money's worth more. Or it's, you know, it's the moving the goalpost, or it's the default of where the woman, her time is more valuable than your time, you know? And it's crazy. It's totally crazy. And it's kind of like, I heard it put the other day where when a husband when a wife watches the kids, you know, she's watching the kids, she's doing work. But when a husband watches the kids, he's playing with the kids. He's having fun and playing with the kids. Or when she goes to work, it's grueling, this and that, and she's stressed and blah, blah, blah. But when you go to work, it's fun. You have fun at work. That's what's not working anymore. And that's why you're coming up short, ladies. I mean, I'm not talking about women in there in the chat. I'm just saying the ones that are having trouble, it's like, that's why you're coming up short. Because you won't reciprocate, because everything is about you and what is owed to you, and how you're not getting what is owed to you, even though you've given nothing to be owed anything. It's incredible.
Was like a materialistic thing to do. Like, I call Ubers for myself, I call Ubers for my friend. Like, it's not that deep to me. I didn't think it was really like signaling anything significant, but clearly it did signal something significant. So that is like a great lesson for me that I have now learned. I think I'm like on this journey with myself of like learning to ask for more, because I typically like don't ask for a lot. Like, this is the first time I've literally asked a guy to call.
Oh yeah, it's the first time. It's literally the first time that she's ever asked for a guy for an Uber. She, you know, she does things for everybody else. This is literally the first time that she's asked for what she's worth, or asked for somebody to do something for her. Oh, I'm sure she's going to contradict it. She's about to say another word.
Call me an Uber ever. I'm not kidding, unless it was like for a hookup, but that's like totally different. Like for a date, I've never.
Exactly. You know, this is the first time that I've ever asked for an Uber. Oh, except when it's just a hookup. Except that. That's the problem here. That is the problem. They have this inflated sense of what they've done and who they are. It's like if a woman sweeps the kitchen and I sweep the kitchen, somehow her doing that makes it more like she's owed more than I'm owed for the same thing. So now all of a sudden I'm getting paid for less for the exact same thing. There's a wage gap for me now when it comes to unpaid emotional or unpaid domestic labor and emotional stress and mental labor, mental stress. Man, we've had enough of it, man. We've had enough of it. Keep it to yourself. If that's what you got to say, keep it to yourself. Keep moving. Go find somebody. Go find you a beta. Go get you a beta from the beta pool. Because yeah, nah. You know, and it's like smart women, they know that this is stupid. That this is not how you treat men. Because men can make your life wonderful. Men can absolutely make a woman's life whole. You know, if she wants to, you know, contribute to your life, that's what she'll get. But it's like and you know, women will look at those wives and they'll say, see, look how he treats her. And it's like, yeah, but you don't know how she treats him. You treat me like garbage, which is typically the case when you have a woman like this. But it's like, you don't know what she does to get that treatment from him. All you see is the flowers and stuff. And you think that she got it just because she's breathing. Nah. You know, what are you smoking? You know, like, and you know, this stuff is honestly, this is like shooting fish in a barrel, this stuff, because most people don't actually think. They don't like, go back and or think things through and figure out who is actually at fault. I used to do this to my girlfriend all the time. It really, she wasn't very smart. Like, this is the Jewish chick. She wasn't very smart. And I would have an argument with her, or, like a little, small debate, I guess you would say. And I would back out. I would strategically retreat, and then I would, whenever I was alone or when I went home or whatever, I would think it over and just, and it would be like, when we were having the argument, I feel like I was right, but I didn't know for sure. So I would back out, and then I would think about it overnight and figure out if I was in the wrong or if she was in the wrong. Well, she's an idiot. She was in the wrong pretty much always, as far as I can recollect. But, and then I would come back the next day and just, and, you know, explain to her, no, you're in the wrong here, and show her the work. Like, no, this is what we're talking about here. And she didn't like that. I was just supposed to shut up and do what I was told, more or less. And it's like, I could shut up and do what I'm told at home without you. If you offer me if a woman offers me the choice of just suck it up and accept it, or suck it up and accept it without them, like, and every woman that has given me that ultimatum, that's what they've gotten, is I just leave. It's like, yo, you want to cooperate? Then goodbye. There's nothing else. There's nothing left to speak of. You don't want to cooperate. I don't want to talk to you. That's the least you can do, is cooperate with me.
Once asked, because I normally just call my own or take the subway, whatever. One time I'm like, you know what? I'm going to ask for more.
Sure.
Like, oh, God forbid. Like, I'm materialistic now.
She tried to line him up.
And actually, that's what she was. She was trying to line him up. And what she's trying to do is set a standard. Okay, you're supposed to be my lapdog. I expect you to step up and order my Ubers when you want me to come over. I expect you to be cash apping me for this and cash apping. We're just going to get this out of the way and set the standard now. That's what she's doing. And I forget what they call it, it's kind of like the sunk investment fallacy or whatever, sunk cost fallacy. What women will do at the beginning of a relationship is they will love bomb you. And the reason why they love bomb you is because we judge the value of each other at the beginning of the relationship. You judge. What happens at the beginning is the energy that you're getting from a woman, that determines what energy she gets from you and what value she gets from you. If a woman is like, love bomb, or, she's just got that energy, she's hot, she got the hots for you, she's tearing your clothes off, this and that, well, you're going to invest heavy in that woman. You're going to invest heavy in her because she got the hots for you. The thing is, though, is they know what they're doing. They know that they need to make a good impression to get the most out of you. Because once they make that impression, they can slowly taper off the attention, and you'll continue to give the same level. And anybody who's dated a chick who was like, had the hots for him, and then all of a sudden, she just, after a year goes by, you're just like, what the heck happened? That's what's happened, man. And they don't even do it knowingly a lot of the time. This is just, instinctual, or they see it, from people around them. But it absolutely behooves them to put in a ton of effort at the beginning to get you to see them as a a better investment. Because if a woman isn't giving you if she's not cooperating, or she's not that into you sexually, well, why would you take her all that seriously? Because we all know, like, men know that if a woman isn't into you like that, then, you may as well just keep moving, because there's got to be that they have to have the hots for you, like, it's not going to last unless, if you don't have that naturally, it's not happening. And, like, I had an ex that, she just wasn't, she didn't want to have sex as much as I did. Simple as that. She just wasn't, people have different appetites, and she was a friend of, I knew her since I was young too. So it was kind of sucked, But at the same time, it's like, well, neither of us can change our appetite. That's one of those things that you kind of you can't really do anything about it, and it's like I would just end up getting frustrated and taking that frustration out on her, and I didn't even mean to, but I did, and it was a lot of pressure for her, and I feel bad about it now, because it was like I didn't realize that it was hard for, that it was uncomfortable for her. She didn't, and she thought I was not out of her league, but she thought like she was. I remember her saying that, you're like the best looking guy I've ever dated. And I'm like, I, I, I didn't know what to make of that. I just ignored it, really. I really, honestly, anytime women that I was interested in gave me a compliment, I just disregarded it completely. I, I don't know. It was kind of foolish. Like I didn't listen to anything. Like when a woman would give me a compliment or something, I would just be like, okay, sure. Okay. Telling me tales out of school. When really, no, it was the truth because I'd hear it from other women too. But it was kind of stupid. I don't know what, like, I guess maybe it was that when they were complimenting, I didn't want to believe what they were saying. It's like, I didn't want to hear that for some reason. Because I had a hard time accepting it as the truth. It's like, what this sounds too good to be true. Nah. When something sounds like it's too good to be true, that means it ain't. That's how I felt about it. It never once occurred it never occurred to me that maybe they're telling the truth. I don't know. It just came off to me like I was getting buttered up or being lied to. I guess I was more of a pessimistic guy, kind of low self-esteem, probably. For sure, actually. Now that I think about it, certainly. And it was hard for me, I didn't want to believe it. I was like, okay. I would just totally disregard it and pretend as if I didn't hear it. Because, if I heard it, then I'd have to be like, stop lying. But, there is that aspect to relationships. You do have to there's certain things that you do have to align on. She also didn't want to have kids too, and she doesn't have kids. That would never have worked.
To follow a pattern of doing as she says. So she requested an Uber and bro was not going for it.
Yep.
He was not going for it. Why do you need an Uber? See, when a woman is actually excited to see you, she's really interested in you, she's sexually attracted to you, she will get herself to the spot. You don't have to worry about any of that. By the way, if nobody knew that.
Damn right, man. They will break all their rules. What's funny is they don't tell every guy that, but I remember this one chick I dated, like somebody I went to high school with, this chick that I really kind of watched her from afar. Her dad was my 7th grade math teacher too. It was weird, but anyway, I remember her telling me that, oh, I asked her out I asked her out on a date after we'd been talking, and she says, she goes, oh, well, I have to find somebody to watch my daughter. And I was like, all right, bet, And then she lived with her mom though, and I was like, well, I mean, if that's what you need to do. And but the next day I'm like, so are we going? What's up? And she's like, yeah, definitely. My mom said she would watch my daughter and this and that. So I ended up picking her up and we go to this party. It was pretty sick. It was a house party that had a jazz band and stuff. And I remember her being like, how do you know people like this? Like, this is the coolest party I've ever been to. It was my little brother's friends too. And I was like, yeah, like I actually don't know people like this, but thank you. I mean, it was awesome. It really was. It was like a concert. But we were hanging out and I remember her saying distinctly, I said, so your mom was able to watch? She goes, oh yeah, she always can watch him. I just say that just in case I don't like the guy or just in case I don't feel comfortable. Women reserve the right to turn, especially a mom, but reserve the right to turn you down or to opt out. And fair enough. But that kind of that peeped me out to game. I was like, oh, I see. And this, I wasn't always, like I said, I was not always as suave and handsome as I am now. And, all of a sudden, she tells me that and I'm like, oh, so when you actually are attracted to a guy, you'll jump through hoops. I see. And honestly, I look back at that time and I think, man, like I had no grasp of my own value. Honestly, like, and it's crazy too, because I've dated some really good looking women. And like, I remember when I asked her out and she said, yeah. And I was like, really? But somehow that didn't translate to, oh, you're a good looking guy. You know, she was willing to, like, you know, she went out, she's going out with you. I don't know why, but I just never really put the two and two together. Like, you know, we ended up, like she really liked me. And I don't know why. And honestly, I think I kind of just, I ruined it for myself because I wasn't, I didn't go after it hard enough. You know what I mean? Like I thought I didn't want to make a butch. I wasn't very good at reading the signals back then. So I didn't go, and I don't know how I missed the signals at that time, but I didn't go in for the kill. And then I went out with her again the next night, and it took me a while. I had to work up to it. And I think that was off-putting to her. She's like, why is he not you know, it's obvious that I'm into you. And I didn't, in retrospect, I could have done anything I wanted. I could have, you know, we could have done the deal in my truck on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could have just kissed her out of the blue and she would have went along with it. But like, I don't know what it was, but I didn't really understand the power I had or the value that, you know, how valuable I was. I didn't really have a very good concept of that. And yeah, I kind of think back and man, fuck man, what like like it's wasted on me. I'm so, you know, I was so awkward, you know, like you're so naive. That's the word that I would use. I was very naive. Naive to the tricks that can be played on you and naive to my own prowess. I remember yeah, I've several times I've had that. The girl I lost my virginity to, she came back over the next day. She had a boyfriend too. And I was thinking, why did she come back over the next day? Like, did I miss something? Why? You know, what was that all about? Well, I was a good looking guy, you know, like better looking than her boyfriend, you know, and, I had it going on, but I don't know why that was so out of the realm of possibility for me. I don't get it. I mean, you know, it's like, I feel like really only actually quite recently do I really kind of have a good representative of my own value. You know, it's like only recently have I really come to understand my own sexual marketplace value, which is a shame. It's like it's wasted. I wasted like 15 years. But you know, unknowingly, I still had a lot of good looking women. You know, I wasn't out there knocking them dead one a week or anything, and I wouldn't do that regardless. But even being naive and being kind of gullible or kind of easily like just being a sucker, you know, being a mark more or less, I still did pretty good. You know, I did. A lot of times I would get tapped on the shoulder too, because I just have my head down working every day or, you know, doing my thing, just doing my routine. And out of nowhere, you know, a woman would tap me on the shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? You know, calling me at 4 a.m. on a Friday morning or something.
You don't have to worry about that. A woman will travel an hour, even up to 2-3 hours to see a dude that she's really interested in. And even more than that, but I'm just saying, women will travel and get to you when they're really trying to make it happen with you. She was trying to run game on him and he was not going for it. See, in the beginning, I know you can think she was doing her impression. She really liked him. She wanted to have a good first impression. She's in her dress. She's made, no. Women will do things sometimes to get you to follow their program. So you're thinking that she's really interested in you, but she's not. She has a personal gain. She has her agenda and she wants you to follow it and be manipulated into thinking she's doing all this because she really likes me. No, some men are not going to learn this, but they're going to learn this the hard way.
And what he's saying is true. I was a sucker. I was a mark. I fell for this stuff for a long time. You know, I mean, I still picked women wisely. Like I didn't choose evil women or poor women, but it was just like I didn't really understand what was happening and just kind of got blown around like a leaf on a whirlwind. You know, I really didn't know what I was doing, but you know, and the whole women wanting you to follow their lead, like that's kind of women, you know, trying to set the pace or trying to lead is so off-putting to me. And I didn't, it was off-putting to me before I even realized why it was off-putting to me. You know, and like you hear women, like how they pursue guys, like they say, you know, that chick was stalking me, or, you know, women, they'll lurk and they'll know everything about you and look at over all your social media, you know, and you won't even know. That's how it's gotta be, man. That's how it's gotta be. She can't overtly do anything because it'll be off-putting. As soon as she does something too bold, or as soon as she, you know, as soon as she acts in bold ways, so at least a lot of times, like if a girl walked up to me and introduced herself politely and stuff, like that wouldn't be so off. It wouldn't be off-putting to me. But like telling me what I need to be doing, that's off-putting. You know what I mean? Like having the presumption to tell me what I should be doing. Then I'm not going to do it for sure. I'm not going to do it. But like the whole the overt thing of women, like, you know, lurking and going on your, that they have to do that, you know, to allow you the fiction that you're in control. Because, you know, she's got designs on you and she's looking at all your social media and stuff because she wants you. She's picked you, but she can't pick you. She can't, you know, overtly pick you because she runs the risk of scaring you off. She runs the risk of being unattractive. So she has to work behind the scenes. She has to, like, and I've heard the ones where like the girl went to like a book of the month club to get to meet a dude's mom so that she'll say, "Oh, my son's your age. I bet, you know, he might like you." Like, and where they go through all that, they have to allow you to, they're trying to exert some control and some you know, some control over the situation, but they can't do it in the open. They can't. It would emasculate you if they did that. And that's what I'm trying to say is back in the day, and women still have the good sense to do that in some respects. They'll do it to get your attention, or to get you to get next to you. They'll do that. But when it comes to being in a relationship with you, they're incapable of doing it, apparently. They're incapable of being slick and subtle when it comes to, and that's kind of how you understand it's a total grift, and they're just acting upon their feelings because they can do it in some circumstances, but not others. They can do it when it suits them, when they wouldn't want to approach a guy anyway. Then they'll do all the lurking and all the behind the scenes work, manipulating the situation. But as soon as as she thinks she has you locked down, screw you and your feelings, screw you and your sensibilities. She don't give a damn. Well, this is backwards, man. It doesn't work. I hate to break it to you. It doesn't work. That's why we're in the dire straits that we are, because, you know, probably both sides have lost, they lost touch with reality, lost touch with tradition. Now we're all struggling. It's a shame, honestly.
If they do.
Because, you know, like I said, I really don't think it's because women are like inherently evil or something. They've just been, you know, they've been drinking from a poisoned well. And nobody, because, you know, you get your head bit off if you try to correct them or tell them, you know, you get your head, never mind the fact that they correct you for every little thing you say or you do. But if you try to correct them, if their mom tries to correct them or tries to get them to snap out of their childishness, they'll freak out and storm off in a tantrum. You know, and that's why we're kind of at loggerheads. It's like you don't want to hear they don't want to hear it, you know. Their pride and their feelings are too important. They can't let, you know, hey, I got feelings and I'm so emotionally unintelligent that I need you to tiptoe around them, if you would please, sir. I mean, that's what they say. Oh, you don't have any emotional intelligence. No, I do have emotional intelligence. It's you that women are the ones that are not emotionally intelligent. They are the ones that live strictly in their emotions. They don't even have the concept, the abstraction of reality and objective reality and truth and justice. They don't have that concept. That didn't come with their instruction manual. You know, where the objective, that particular paragraph, yeah, it just has the paragraphs for feelings in it and how important they are. You know, it does suck, man, because you can't deal with feelings. You know, it's like subjective. You know, like you can and this, you can argue with it and give them good data and show them how their feelings are not right. They're wrong. Look, I have the data. I've bought more such and such, or I've done more chores. You can't argue with it because they feel this way. They feel that way. You know, it's like what do they remember? My country, right or wrong? Well, it's like my feelings, right or wrong. You know, like straight up, they're willing to live by their feelings as well as die by their feelings, and it's childish to say the least. It's like they stopped growing up beyond 14 or something. You know, women used to become adults, not anymore. They hang on to their little security blanket. They can't let it go. And it's the whole participation trophy and everybody participate, blah 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 blah. There's no value to reality and to like actual like when everybody gets a trophy, the trophy doesn't mean anything, and people kind of have um a picture of themselves that is not in reality. You know what I mean? They think that they're great at everything because they got participation trophies. We're no longer picking winners and choosers or winners and losers. We're just saying everybody is a winner. So nobody knows where their flaws are or where they need work. It's put almost like a buffering layer between reality and people. And I would say men even do it too. It's not even just a female thing, but obviously I'm biased from my perspective. I really don't care if men are fooling themselves or are living in la la land. I couldn't care less. And we got a long way to go. Like we're trying. I mean, the only way out is through. But like society, for Western civilization to come back, it's like, yeah, we got to like read it. We can't go back to the traditions. They're dead. You have to redesign everything from the ground up, basically. Which honestly, those odds don't seem all that great to me. Like I doubt we're even going to be successful at it. But we don't have any choice really. Is what it is. But we can't go back. That's kind of what sucks. Is it's not like we can just go back to being virgins and before we get married and being, you know what I mean? Like those days are gone. We can't go back to the 1950s even if we wanted to. That's just not going to happen. The only way out is through.
Women will do things to make you move in their direction, and you're under the illusion that she actually really likes you when she doesn't at all. Let's get the next one.
I was hanging out with this really hot guy. Like, he was out of my league hot. And we hung out once before and just made out in his car. And that was so weird. I'm like, is this what hookup culture is like? Because I thought we were just going to hang out and have a good time. And we ended up making out in his car, and I did not have sex with him. Okay, I did not want to have sex with this fucking stranger. Second time I hang out with him, he met me at a bar.
That's garbage. He's lying. Because what I was saying about that one chick that I kind of muffed it, I messed up. It was because I was talking to her before we went out on a date, and she was saying how she didn't like that she would sleep with guys. Although she had a high school sweetheart, I knew her from school. Like I don't like. I feel guilty when I sleep with guys on the first date. So me being the nice guy that I am, like I had her in my house, and I didn't do nothing because I was like, well, that's what she said, blah blah blah. And literally she lost interest because of that, because she thought that I didn't think I wasn't attracted to her. She didn't know what she's like, I'm in his, we're sitting on his couch at his house. He's not making his move. I guess he doesn't like me that much. You know what I mean? Like things weren't meeting up. Things weren't making sense. I really liked her. I knew her for years, watched her from afar, and I spoiled it. So the nice guy thing, bro, you will lose women that you already have on the, or like that are on the hook, that are, you don't have to persuade or talk them into anything. They're willing. You know, you just end up screwing yourself out of a meal or screwing yourself out of something you've already won, And that kind of brings this to, I remember my dad telling me as a kid, if you open your mouth, like if a woman's going to sleep with you, shut your mouth. Do not talk. If you have it, if you've got it, like, she's making out with you and you know that you're on your way, don't say a word. Do not speak, because the only thing that you're not going to make her have sex with you more. She's already doing that. So you have nothing to gain by speaking. The only thing that you will end up doing is running her off or destroying the mood. That advice has done really well for me. Yeah, do not talk, because you will just spoil it for yourself. Once it's in the bag, stop. You've convinced her. or maybe you didn't convince her. Maybe that's just what she wants. But like this sleeping, oh, I'm not going to sleep with a guy on the first date. Yo, this is 2026, sweetheart. Nobody believes you. Yeah, Nick isn't doing a stream tonight. Nobody believes that anymore. We don't live in the 50s anymore, And it's unreasonable. Like, if a woman will not sleep with me, then that's it. Like, sorry, yeah, moving on. Because I know how women treat you when they like you. When they're into me, yeah, they sleep with me on the first date, pretty much. And if they don't, well, I'm not playing that game. I don't care. If you're not going to do it, the next guy or next woman will. It's like simple as that.
I was out with my friend, and he was with his friend too. We hung out the whole night, went to a diner. He mentioned he had a super early flight tomorrow, but he still came back to my place. And I was like, don't you have to go soon? Like, don't you have a flight in a couple hours? And he was like, no, it's fine. I'm going to cancel it. Like, I want to stay with you. I want to sleep over. I'm like, are you sure? And he was like, yes, I'm not getting on that flight tomorrow. Like, I will figure it out. I'm sleeping over. And I'm like, okay, cool. And he starts like making out with me, and he's trying to take things further. And I'm like, sorry, I don't really want to. He was like, well, you didn't have sex with me last time. I'm like, yeah, and I'm not going to have sex with you this time. What?
And he's, woman, oh, you're going to have a guy stay over and you're not going to sleep with him? Come on, get out of here. Stop it. Who are you fooling? That's BS. What's the point of staying at somebody else's house if that's not what you're doing? I'd rather sleep in my own bed. Thank you very much. It's like, stop. No, that's not how this works. We're not doing this just to be like, have a sleepover and buddies. No. I'm a male, you're a female. When we sleep together, when we spend the night together, we have sex. Wake up. It's like, it's ridiculous, And I feel like a big part of this problem is that we really don't have the language, or we're not there. There's not enough like, people aren't operating in sincerity, or it's not plain to see, If everything was out in the open, if this woman didn't pretend like that wasn't the case, we all know that nobody waits. People have sex on the first date when they have chemistry. Yeah, they sleep with each other on the first date. They don't hold off and wait and, oh, we don't want to ruin it. Like, no. And women that play these games like this, it's just making it harder for everybody. Hey, let's everybody just come to this, accept the bar, or come, the same conclusion. Like, yeah, if we're feeling each other, we're not going to care how far into it we are. We're just going to do it, and like, and when you don't do that, when you don't operate on that, as if that is the case, you end up screwing it up for yourself. Like I said, with that one I really liked, and I remember like being puzzled. I didn't know why it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere because I didn't know what the hell, you know what I mean? Like, women feel the same way. If you don't have if you're not like champing at the bit, she's not having to beat you off with a stick, then she's like, women, they know how men feel about them when they're into them. And that when I didn't make a move with her the first night, like, yeah, she's like, well, he must not be on that. I did the second night, but I still took I had to work up to it. ridiculous. But that sent mixed signals, and I can't blame her for that. Not one bit. Not one bit. I mean, she was. We ended up talking again like a year later. Uh, she had another kid by then, with her same guy. She married him coincidentally, which I'm glad that's how it worked out. But these are kind of some pitfalls, and like I said, yeah, when you've sealed the deal, keep your mouth shut, man. Don't ever talk when you're in bed making out. Don't ever speak at that point. You're just gonna screw yourself out of a piece. It's that simple. I remember my dad gave me that advice too, years and years ago. And I think he gave me that advice from just being married, like, because that happens when you're married too. You can easily screw yourself out of, some some fun with your wife, and not forever, but for the night.
The fuck? And he was like, why can't we like just take a plan B? He was being such a douchebag, and I was like, you're actually fucking funny if you think I'm gonna sleep with you. Like, it's not happening. He was really persistent for a while and kept trying to, and I was like, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, I don't want to. I don't really just sleep with people like that. I have no judgment. I wish I could. I just can't. I'm not like that. I don't do well with random hookups, okay? Not my thing. So finally I was like, I'm not having sex with you, period, the end, okay? He goes, okay, fine. I'm gonna call my Uber home. What the fuck? I thought you said you were sleeping over.
He should have did that from the jump, man. That should have been the first thing he said. Why are you gonna argue with her about it? Either she will or she won't. Like, I don't do that begging crap, man. You beg, bro, you're just demeaning yourself. Have a little dignity, man. A little self-respect. A woman wants to see you begging like a dog, man. That ain't a woman you want to deal with. Straight up. Ain't a woman you want to deal with. I mean, a woman's got to respect you, man. And if that kind of like, that's not, that's disrespect. You're going to get nothing but hell out of that woman for the rest of your life. And like I said, whether or not your woman actually respects you it's kind of moot. But as long as she shows you respect, that's what counts. As long as you're being shown respect, it really doesn't matter beyond that, Because somebody who respects their husband, will, allow him, his little fictions, his fantasies or whatever, you know what I mean? Allow the appearance of things. Like, it's only when a woman doesn't respect you that, going out of their way to like humiliate you, emasculate you. And a lot of women do that nowadays, just to enjoy emasculating men and then seeing how you respond or how you behave to it. My advice is to not put up with it. Don't get like, as soon as a woman gives you that kind of attitude, just move on, man, because it only gets worse. It only gets worse. It's just it's just what's coming, what is soon to be more to come. And I think respect, that's a big deal, man. That is a big deal. And like, if your woman loses respect for you, pretty much that's it, man. There's not really a whole lot. Like Will Smith, bro, his wife don't respect him, man. She thinks he's a chump, a punk. And look what she's able to do how she's able to humiliate the guy because she doesn't respect him. And that's the thing, it's like women, a lot of women, they don't even realize, but like, they should be trying to keep you from being disrespected by other people. And you know what I mean? Like, she should be on your team, on your side when it comes to that stuff. Not disrespect, not like, not an enemy, an opponent, like, because a wife should want her husband to be happy, should want him to be content, should want him to be respected. That's what a wife should want. And wives did want that and would protect their husband, or, if somebody was talking smack about him, they would, say something or, recuse themselves or whatever. But it's like, nowadays, I feel like we really don't even understand what a wife is supposed to be. Your wife, that's supposed to be like your teammate, like how your parents protect you. If somebody's talking, bad mouthing you, they stick up for you. That's how a wife is supposed to be. You know, if you're having trouble and she sees what the problem is, like, you know, we're not perfect. Nobody's God. We're all human. You know, there's going to be stuff that you miss. You know, like I miss things. I'm not all knowing and omnipotent. I miss shit all the time. Like, you know, like, yeah, okay, maybe I am somewhat observant, but not perfectly. Like, believe me, like I struggle with life just like everybody else does. But your wife is supposed to protect you and help you avoid that kind of stuff. They're not supposed to be the one feeding into it. You know, and if your wife is disrespecting you, if your wife is allowing that stuff to happen, or even getting satisfaction from seeing you humiliated or disrespected, that means that it's Schadenfreude. She's cheering herself up with your shortcomings, with your misery. You know, she's making fun of you. You know, she's getting enjoyment out of your suffering, basically. That's not a wife, man. That's not a wife at all. And it's like, seems like that's how people operate nowadays. Like they kind of, ha, you know, Nelson over there laughing at their husband or their wife, you know, because they're having a tough go of things. Like, man, that's just, no, that's not supposed, that's way wrong. Way wrong. I mean, your spouse, your significant other, that's supposed to be the one person that you can be vulnerable with on occasion. Now, I wouldn't advise that if you're a guy. You don't really, like, don't cry in front of your woman. It's not smart. She'll lose respect for you. I mean, for the most part, there are some things that you can get away with, but like, if you're just being a pussy, yeah, she's going to lose respect for you. So it's better not to chance it. You know, although, you know, you can be vulnerable without even realizing it. That's not a problem. But if you're like, crying on their shoulder, no, don't do it, man. Do not. And don't listen. Anybody that tries to tell you that being vulnerable is attractive, bro, that's a setup, man. They're trying to destroy whatever relationship you do have or stop you from getting a relationship. Don't ever be vulnerable with your woman, because she expects you to be the rock that she can rely on. And if she finds out that you're just a pussy, or finds out that, you know, there's a reason why on a ship, a naval ship, the captain is always right. And the captain and officers, whenever they have conversations about what they're going to do or whatever, they never do it in front of the crew, because the captain is even if the captain has no idea what he's doing, the captain is always right. The officers never question the captain, because those men are only willing to follow orders so long as you're right. If they find out that you're as scared or as lost as they are, they will mutiny. They will mutiny. Because it's like, what's the point of following you if you're just as scared as I am? It's the same thing with a woman and a family. That you're asking them to follow your lead. You're asking them to trust you. And if you're wailing and gnashing your teeth like a woman, like a femme, like a eunuch, they're going to be like, which way's the door? Here's the closest door. I need to get out of here. This guy's a eunuch. This guy is a castrati. He's missing his cojones, his doorknobs. You know, this guy has no canute satchel.
I kid you not. After he was trying so hard to have sex with me and told me he was going to sleep over, he rolls over, calls his Uber, and immediately leaves, and then gets on the flight in a couple hours and goes to, I don't even know where he was going to. And I was just like flabbergasted. I'm like, wow, this man really had to Uber home just because I wouldn't have sex with him? That's crazy.
See, this is exactly why I tell men to never play this game. If you've been watching me for a while, you know that I tell you guys, when a woman says, oh no, we're not doing anything, I'm not that type of girl, leave her where she stands, because she's trying to play with you like you're a boy. There are actually dudes out there that think, no, she just wants you to play along. Well, what is this? Yeah, that could be true in some instances, but what is this? This is a woman trying to play with this dude.
That's what a 16-year-old girl that's a virgin says to her boyfriend. Oh, not tonight, not on the first night, blah, blah, blah. That's what kids say. Grown adults, we know better. That's not how the world is. So if a woman's trying you like that, bro, keep it moving. Keep it moving, man. Don't even respond, bro. Just keep it moving.
Like he's a boy. And the thing that he did wrong was he kept trying and trying and trying. No, the minute she tells you no, you go bye-bye, and do it respectfully. Do it respectfully. Oh, well, I had a great night. You know, we'll be in touch. Go away. And if you don't want to contact her again, I suggest you don't contact her again, because she's telling you that she doesn't see you as worth it. She's not sexually attracted to you. Maybe you're not compatible. Maybe she needs more time. Maybe she just got out of a relationship, but all of it equals the same thing. She's not feeling you like that. But when he got up, she was shocked. See, men that she's done this to before have followed behind her. Men have wasted more money, more time, more energy, trying to put in more effort, all for it to go nowhere, ending up in the friend zone. She picks another guy over them. And when she's like, oh, I'm not like that. Women, look, guys are past this, because when you say I'm not like that with you. Exactly. Men understand that, because when you're attracted to somebody, you want to get physical.
A lot of times they do this stuff to with all the other guys, and then they see you as somebody serious, and then they try to withhold from you. Nah, man. Nah. There's no 25-year-old woman that hasn't slept with a guy on the first date. I mean, not typically anyway. I mean, maybe if you're in some like a Amish community or something, but you know, don't fall for this stuff, you know? Like, you know what reality is. Don't let somebody buffalo you like that, blowing smoke up your behind. Like, nah, man, don't go in for that stuff, dude. You know, pissing down your back trying to tell you it's raining. Nah, man. No, sir.
I'm like that, you're like that. When you're physically attracted to a man, sexually attracted to a man, you're going to be like that for him. So all of this, I'm not like that, is really telling a guy, I don't see you that way. So it's no point. When a woman says, I'm not like that, it makes no sense. Guys actually believe this, and that's what leads them to getting fleeced and getting finessed and getting played, getting games ran on them. She's not like that. She's not. But you want her to be like that with you. It makes no sense. She got humbled as soon as he got up and went away, because most dudes don't just go away. And she said he was super hot and out of her league. She thought she was really about to play with this dude. Let's get the next one.
I get why people would say, oh, you know, red pill is in season. Bro, this ain't red pill, my dude. This is observations from my own experiences. Like, I've used pretty specific examples in here of things that have happened to me, of lessons that I personally learned. This is not red pill. This is not me propagandizing you. This is me explaining situations that I have been in. Yeah, I cry in movies with stuff like that, Mina. I don't cry over spilled milk. I don't cry because I lost my job. I don't cry because somebody left me. No, I don't do that. I will cry, you know, if I see something that's sad or tragic. You know, I will cry, or really, you know, endearing, like watching movies and stuff, which are designed to, you know, pull feelings out of you. I'm not afraid of my feelings either. I have no problem with that. Okay, so I feel, you know, I'm touched by something. And now, crying because somebody leaves you, yeah. And I remember, you know, once you're a teenager as a guy, yeah, you shouldn't be, like, I remember when I stopped being able to cry. You know, when the stuff, you know, when I would cry over stuff, like all of a sudden I couldn't make myself cry over that. I tried my best. Like, you know, I'll tear up when I talk about certain things between me and my dad and stuff, like some of the stuff, the great things that he's done, but not over loss. No, I've never cried over loss.
I don't know what's up with like the modern man and dating, but it feels like some of them are literally treating this like it's like an optimization problem.
Yep.
And like a guy on Hinge just asked me if I would be down to do a video call. I'm like, what happened to asking people on a date? What happened to meeting up and seeing if there's chemistry? Like,
things change, sweetie. Things change. Women used to have the class and the tact to only date one guy at a time. You know, and guys could be reasonably assured that a woman wouldn't take advantage of him. You know, in the 50s, it was like when you asked a woman to go out with you, first of all, it was in person. So she was able to judge you on your appearance and your behavior. And you're able to judge her. That's why you walked up, because you thought she was attractive. So you know that you both have a good frame of reference for each other. She has a reasonable interest in you, and she's not entertaining anyone else. So there was no issue with investing in the first date or investing in women, because you knew she wasn't doing you dirt. Nowadays, these women, they have 3 dates set up for the same 24 hours. They talk about it online and say this openly, and then they have the gall to wonder why men want to. First of all, on dating apps, that guy hasn't even seen you yet, and you're asking for him to shell out and invest in you. He doesn't even know if he likes you. You know, with all the filters and stuff, it's like, you know, your pictures look okay, you know, it's reasonably interested from what I've seen, but don't expect me to, you know, schedule or to book a table or reserve a table at some high-end restaurant. It'd be one thing if it was I asked you out in person, then okay, yes, I was able to judge you in person. But on dating apps, until you've talked to somebody, video chat or seen them up close, you know, because I thought women were attractive, and then I see it, I'm like, oh, I didn't see it from that angle. You know, I don't like that, you know, or this or that, whatever. But why would you? Why do they expect men to invest in them sight unseen? You know, it's like, no, that's not how it goes. I'm sure you would like us to do that, but and they pull that stuff. They go, well, you know, if I was the one who if I asked you out on a date, I would pay for it, knowing damn well that that women don't ask men on dates. So it's like, well, I would pay for it. If I was the one who asked you on a date, I would pay for it. Yeah, but have you ever asked a guy out on a date? No? Then shut the hell up. That's moot. You're talking about stuff that has no bearing. It's ridiculous, you know? You know, the entitlement. I mean, you know, there's these common threads. Entitlement, man, that's a real problem nowadays. Like, you know, since when do people think they're owed all this stuff? Like, you know, back in the day, people just, you know, you owed them respect, or you owed them, you know, politeness. You know what I mean? That's what people felt they took for granted, was that you would be respectful and kind. You know, nowadays, like, they take for granted your wallet and your bank account, like all kinds of stuff. It's like, where do you guys get off doing this? You think has this worked on anybody?
This is not a job interview. This is not a job interview. Like, don't ask to Zoom with me. What is this? Like, genuinely, what is this? I feel like men.
You're placing, or you're examining me. You know, you're analyzing me. You're putting you're imposing standards on me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? I'm the one that's supposed to be putting standards on the relay. I'm the one who's supposed to be expecting things and choosing. No, you are in fact a pick-me. Women are pick-me's. They're supposed to wait to get picked. The guy's supposed to lead, right? Yeah. I mean, that is what they say they want. Where are all the good men at that lead? I want a guy that leads. Okay. But, you know, it's all double standards. They want the best of both worlds so that we get the worst of both worlds. Well, them days are over. We got the internet. Men done wisened up, and you're going to have to get hip. You're going to have to adapt or get cut out of the gene pool. It's up to you.
They just don't want to pay for dinner or drinks, so they just don't want to go out anymore unless they're like positive about you, which is just so weird. And yeah, if I wasn't done with him already, I'm virtually done now, because this is literally so out of hand. I don't know if anyone else has had this experience, but I can't deal with it. I really can't.
Yes, men are waking up, and I always try to tell guys that this is the way to go. You get on a FaceTime call with the woman, because a lot of things are going to happen.
What is wrong with making sure that you're into that person before you go on a date and spend money? Why does she have a problem with this guy doesn't she want? Why would you want to go on a date with a guy if he's just not going to, if he's going to find out he's not into you that much? Wouldn't you rather pass the test before wasting your time on a date? So the guy wants to double check and make sure that he's into you and he likes you, finds you attractive. Why would you want to deny him that ability just for him to get to the date and say, you're not what I was hoping for. See ya later. Sorry, but not sorry. You know what I mean? Like, this is childish. There goes some power she had. You know, there's power in her. You know, that's taking some power away from her. She wants to be able to not have to, meet any standards, to just be able to show up to a date, eat, enjoy a meal, and they have gotten used to having this privilege, this ridiculous advantage that serves no purpose. It's not utilitarian in the slightest, in the least. There's the video call. That is utilitarian. He's just trying to save everybody a little bit of headache. And she's all butthurt about it.
I realize, oh, he's cuter than his pictures. Oh, he looks exactly like his pictures. He's not a liar. Oh, he's funny. Oh, he's charming. He's quick-witted. Oh, he has his own place. You understand? Oh, he's muscular. Oh, he's in shape. All of these things happen and it actually goes in your favor. But this woman right here is like, I don't want to go on a video call because you're going to be examining me to see if I'm actually worth taking out. No, what happened to guys just taking women out and inviting women out? I don't want to get on a video call with you. See, this is a woman that wants men with no standards to come out of the woodwork and offer her dates and gifts and trinkets and all this stuff, but that's not happening. The gentleman that suggested getting on a video call is actually in the right. You don't want to get on video calls. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm not saying what's right and what's wrong. From my experience, I've had good results from getting on FaceTime calls before we eventually meet up. And I've told these stories a bunch of times. It's actually built into my strategy. If a woman doesn't want to get on video call, that's fine. But the thing is, this woman doesn't want to follow instructions. And it's a good thing that he did that. He suggested that because she doesn't want to follow instructions, which means that it ain't going nowhere fast.
Yeah.
It's going nowhere fast. But the simple fact that he wants to examine her to see if she's worth taking out is humbling to her because who the hell does he think he is? You understand? Most guys will just invite me out. If you're not going to do that, I don't like the way this is here because I'm not supposed to be tested. I'm the one that's supposed to be doing the testing. Let's get the next one.
I'm turning 30 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and when I was saying about in movies and stuff, yeah, I don't bawl my eyes out. Most of the time, it's just one tear. My eyes might get misty. Very, very rarely. I think only 1 or 2 movies I've ever seen were able to like get more than one tear out of my. But either way, though, bro, being a man and masculine has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not fucking saline water comes out of your eyes, man. Damn it, that was the first F-bomb I tried. Damn it.
And moms really just make you feel so much worse about yourself. She's like, oh, you're gonna be 30 in 2 weeks. Are you sad that you're not married and you don't have kids? Well, yeah, I am, but like, don't point it out. And she goes, don't worry, someone will come your way. You just really need to start looking and take it seriously. Yo, that sent me. Like, what do you think I'm doing out here?
I told you, their own family members even look at.
It's obvious that you're not taking it seriously. You're 30. And hello, it's obvious to everybody else. But it's like people are in these delusions and they seem to think that, does that woman actually think that her mom doesn't have her best interest at heart? That her mom isn't like desperate for her to be happy? And oh, why are you making me feel bad? This and that, mom. Did it ever occur to this woman that maybe she needs to feel some shame? Maybe a little bit of shame would get her to get her crap together. Maybe and that's what her mom is doing. Her mom is literally, is using the tiny bit of leverage, the tiny bit of persuasion that she has on her own daughter. She's using that. She's leaning on her and using social pressure, peer pressure, to get this girl to get serious and drop the high standards and actually, grow up. Yeah. I mean, that's her mom has her best interest at heart and she's fighting her own mom. Her mom is like, you're being unreasonable. You're 30. You're way past your prime. And you seem to think that your best years are ahead of you. Like, why have you, the fact that you're 30, way past your prime, and you got no irons in the fire, why is that? Why are you not freaking out on your own? Why, and then you're going to get this all indignant and bitter and upset that I made you feel bad. Well, maybe you feeling bad, maybe that's for your own good. Maybe you should feel a little bit of shame because apparently you don't get the picture on your own. You're not picking up what society is putting down. You need a special invitation, obviously. But I don't like you just say it out loud like that. Because nothing else seems to be working. Wake up. Your mom's trying to keep you from being cut out of the gene pool. Airhead, hello? Like, and these women, they think like, I'm not going to settle. Why would I settle? That's beneath me to settle. It's like, well, it's either settle or just get cut out of the gene pool. Is that the way you pictured your life going as a child? That you were just your genetics were going to stop right there with you? I doubt it. I very much so doubt it. And it's like, man, the men, I feel like the people with sense, they understand, okay, I need to settle. I need to lower my expectations, lower my standards here. Obviously, I'm shooting above my, I'm swinging above my pay grade here. But no, there's this insane culture that says, no, don't settle, don't settle. And what's crazy is, they behave, act though it's, oh, I'm not going to settle. It's like, you do realize they call it settling down for a reason. You know that, right? It's called settling down for a reason. Because when you choose somebody, by definition, you are missing out on the other 8 billion humans on the planet. Like, why is it that nobody explains this stuff to people? It's like, when you choose somebody, you are not getting your person. There is no such thing as your person. Because no matter who you choose, out of 8 billion human beings, there's going to be one out there that is better for you than the one you chose. So no matter what you do, if you make a choice, you're settling. The only way to not settle is to not make a choice. It's to not play the game. And go ahead, be my guest. If that's what you want, do it. But this whole, I don't want to settle. It's like, no, you don't get it. You're stupid, and you don't really understand what's going on in life. You've never sat down and thought it out and considered things from other perspectives. You're just stupid, and you have to have it put to you like a toddler. It has to be put to you in layman's terms, plain English. Say it slowly with me. I mean, honestly, like, I get kind of frustrated with society. Like, God, is it really all that difficult just to shut your mouth and get on with life? Like, seriously, it's not that hard. People were settling down and having kids at like 18, and these women, they don't get the picture at 30.
Like, what's going on, as well as they will feel this when they're around their family. She's like, damn, mom, I'm not even 30 yet. Like, what are you doing? I can still have some kids out here. There's still somebody that wants me. You don't have to say it like that. That's very humbling, because deep down,
Mama's trying to help you avoid some heartache, sweetheart, because your mama knows what it's like she's seen spinsters spending their entire adult years miserable. She's trying to help you avoid that, save you from that fate. And it's like, they don't even know when what's in their best interest. They don't even know when somebody's trying to help them, trying to go out, like, do stuff they don't have to do, and they like resent it because they're not smart enough to see that, oh, this person's they're trying to help me. They care about what happens. No. Kind of sad. And a lot of this stuff, people learned this stuff through life. Back in their mom would teach them how to hang out. Like, how you hear about what grandmothers back in the day teaching their granddaughter, oh, this recipe, this is how I got your grandfather. This is what kept him from wandering or straying years ago. Like, moms and grandmas would tell their daughters and granddaughters tricks and how to attract a man, how to keep a man, how to behave. I mean, and they would give them the goods. They would tell them, stuff like I'm talking about here, like, yo, let the man lead, or at least let him feel like he's leading. That these are the kind of pearls that people used to get taught by their families and stuff. And it's like, but nobody listens to grandma anymore. Nobody listens to grandma's dumb. She don't know what she's talking about, even though she's stayed married for her entire 80 years on the planet. But she don't know what she's talking about. Everybody's too smart for their own good. Oh, we all have Google. And we're just getting dumber and dumber. Like, the smarter our phones get, dumber and dumber we get. It's like, unless you read it on Google or in Wikipedia, it's not true, don't you know? Not true.
Wasn't as you describe, regret. you've got this in the UK too. I'm sure that females make 74% on the dollar for every male, which is completely a phony statistic. It doesn't take into account the hours worked and whatnot. But a lot of females feel like they have to have some sort of one-upmanship with males and go around looking for.
And this is what I was just basically talking about, this one-upmanship, or constantly bickering with men and having to prove men wrong. It's like, what does it bother, or how does it affect women for men to have the illusion of leadership? Do women care whether or not they're in control, or do they just care about how their husband, or how that the people they dominate understand that they've been dominated? It's ridiculous. It's like, do you care about having the power, or do you just care about the appearance of the power? Do you just care about how it makes people feel? It's so petty. So petty. You know, like, and it's not even about it's the religious such and such submission. No, it's like, no, it's about your husband's well-being. Don't you care about your husband? Don't you want your husband to be content and happy? If not, I hope you burn in HE double hockey sticks. I haven't said that since I was like 8. But, you know, like, seriously, if you don't actively want your husband to be happy or content, I hope that you burn in hell. Simple as that.
Reasons to feel offended and oppressed. And that to me is the height of delusion, because I'm in a lot better position than you are in this society as a female than as a male. I get opportunities that you are going to be completely denied.
So whilst you've been arguing about the feminization of society, there's been the masculinization of femininity.
Right. Up to a point.
Up to a point.
Up to a point. Because the point is, it hasn't really affected the valuing of rationality, and it hasn't affected the drive to create. I mean,
You're very rational, or are you saying you're an anomaly?
I wish I were more rational. I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge how rational I am, but I am perfectly prepared to cop to what I regard as the unfortunate aspects of females. Whether I have the fortunate ones, I don't know. But you know, we're taught again to see any despair.
No need to be name calling in here. You know, I mean, it's one thing to disagree and to debate, but, you know, name calling, come on.
As proof of discrimination. So if there's not a lot of females in any individual field, it's got to be discrimination. I have spent
what I was talking about in that one video earlier today. Is what's funny is, like, there's not a lot of or there's a lot of white male pilots. That means there's racism and misogyny. It's like, or it could be that white men are just very competent. White men are just very good at their jobs. You know, they're smart. They're good at doing stuff. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not people are out to get you and you're a victim. Maybe it's just that these people are good at what they're doing. But, you know, like, if for the left to acknowledge that white men are good at this, it would destroy their entire narrative that has all these people spellbound and hypnotized. If they were to admit that, like, because they're and honestly, I used to think, you know, there's a disparity that could, you know, that must mean that you know, there's something an old boys club or whatever, a shenanigans. And really, it's like, no, maybe they're just good. You know, that's just the way things shook out. You know, that's just how that's the way things got to be. You know, that's the way they are naturally. And, you know, like, the propaganda even affected me. But it's like, actually, no, like, really, when they say that, this industry is resistant to DEI, you know, there's old racists left, and no. And every white person should see when you see, you know, airline industry, you know, they still have too many white males, and, you know, there's racism that's keeping diversity out of it. No, it's like, no. The fact that all the DEI resistant industries are made up of white people, white men, and they've resisted DEI, that's a testament to the competence and the prowess of white men and white people. We're not stupid. We're like the best people on the planet objectively. And they're just, like, lying to everybody and trying to pretend that that's not the case. And they have to tell all these crazy tales and stuff when oh, there's racism in an old boys club that's keeping women out and this and that. And you have to spin all of these spider web, all of these yarns you got to spin when you could just say, well, white guys are just, competent. It's that simple. It's that simple. White guys and white people are competent. They're good at what they do. Whatever that, when they pick a job, they do it well. They don't pick the jobs that they're not good at. I mean, and it occurred to me today. I was like, when you see something like that, that's complaining, oh, this industry, the airline industry is resistant to change and diversity. It's like, no, when you say resistant to diversity, what you're saying is the business model requires a standard. Or, it can't afford it. The airline industry, yeah, that entire business model is literally airplanes are safe enough for you to travel in them every day. For a pilot to have a career as a pilot and live a whole life and support his family. Flying planes is that safe. And people will fly, if they perceive it as safe. But as soon as the public's perception, what they think, what they see, what they think they see, as soon as they perceive that airlines aren't safe, that industry goes poof, up in smoke instantly, gone. And the airlines know this. They know this. We can't put those people in there, because if we put those people in there and they crash a plane with no obvious sign in the black box where it was pilot error, that's it for us. You cooked our goose. They can't afford the luxury of diversity. It's like, not only that, are these people not ridiculous that they think businesses can afford to be racist? That businesses can afford to be racist and to only hire white people because, we're just racist and shit, man. We want the white guys to have all the pilot jobs. Never mind that they have no other high job, like, prestigious jobs. But it's like, what do they think would be accomplished by only hire? Like, do they really think that anybody benefits from that? Because every other industry that can have diversity has diversity. And nobody cares. Nobody cares that there are a bunch of diverse professors. Nobody cares because their life isn't on the line. You're not asking them to risk their life so that somebody can have a job. That's what you're telling us to do with the airlines. It's like, bro, I'm not flying on a plane if a black woman is flying it. There's nothing on earth that could make me do that. Nothing. Jesus himself couldn't get me to do that. But really, I mean, that should be an absolute compliment. And every time you see something like that, shout and go, whoa, thank you for the compliment, man. I didn't, hell yeah, you're absolutely right. We kick ass, don't we? You have tried to shame and try to put political pressure on that industry, and hell or high water can't get them to replace those white men. You've leaned on them, you've threatened them, and they still won't bow to your political ideology. They still won't do, because they know their bread is buttered because of those white guys. They know that their entire industry hinges on the fact that they have competent white men, competent Asian men flying those planes. They know that. And there's no amount of bitching and moaning. There's no amount of reporting and bad feedback and stuff that's going to get them to see it any other way. Because as soon as they see it any other way, they go out of business. It's just, we're getting there, man. We are getting there. The wheel is turning. The wheel is turning, man, and we're getting there. We will get there. We will get to the promised land, or we'll die trying. But people are starting to just accept that, hey, yeah, white guys are just more competent. They just are. There's not enough Asians to make up for the white guy. Like, sorry, there just aren't. But all the industries that need the industries where it absolutely positively has to get done and has to get done right, white men do those jobs. Any other, when it's life and death, DEI, it's not a luxury that people are willing to pay for with their life. People will pay for the diversity with money, with time, with all, but they will not pay for the price that they're not willing to pay for diversity, their life. It's that simple. I don't blame them either. Colored people still won't do it either. I've seen black people say, "I don't give a damn. I'm not flying in a plane that's being flown by a woman." A black woman to say that, say the same thing. I mean, a black guy, I'm sure there are black guys that can do it. If they get there with merit, that's fine. As long as we're using merit as the yardstick, that's fine. But when you see a black woman, you know that she didn't get there on merit. It's the odds are 1 in 1 million that a colored woman got a pilot job on merit. It's 1 in 1 million. I saw somebody ask Rock about it earlier. But and the same thing with a surgeon. Luckily, all my surgeons were white guys because honestly, I wouldn't have done any. I've never done elective surgery, but I damn sure wouldn't do elective surgery with a black guy. Anybody but an Asian guy and a white guy. I'm not going to let a woman cut me open. It's not going to do it. My life depends on it. I get to decide who I risk my life with, and I'm not doing it with a colored person or a woman. Sorry. I mean, not sorry. I'm not sorry. It's my life. I'll risk it where I see fit.
Last year or so, observing the photos of the AI entrepreneur tech startup people, there is no barrier to females. In fact, females, as far as getting venture capital, they are welcomed with open arms. People were throwing millions, if not billions of dollars at her because they were so happy to finally have a female tech entrepreneur that they could.
The one that just got convicted, I think, the one that got in trouble for the fraud and stuff. She had figured out some cure or something, and they were just showering her in money, and it find out it was a total fraud, total kabuki theater. And that just shows you how the women are being gate-kept out of this. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. People are dying for a woman to invest in as a CEO or as they desperate for it, and they're just not out there. And it's not because women are not good enough. It's like that's just not their forte. You don't see men working at daycares. That's not men's forte. You don't see women working as engineers. Not typically. There are some, but that's just how it shakes out. And I don't see the big deal either. What difference does it make?
Back. George Shultz was backing her. It was just unbelievable. She had on a roll of the VCs in Silicon Valley and the political elite. So there are no barriers to females. You look at the newspaper, it's all male. It's all male. It's incredible. The people that are starting these tech companies now, it's not a legacy company. They are males because it's the same drive that, led Vasco da Gama to.
Women, they just don't want to start businesses, or they don't. They're not as apt to do it. Same thing with coding. You know what coding requires? Countless hours of free work. Like GitHub. Most all of that code on GitHub, somebody did that for free in their spare time. How many women do you see out there doing shit for free in their spare time for other people? They don't ever do that. Men like GitHub and all the code, all the program and software that we have today, so much of it was done for free. And women, these guys stay up they stay up in the wee hours of the morning. They stay up for 2-3 days at a time to get stuff done. And that's why you don't see women in that industry. That's just not what, that's not one of the things that women, have an aptitude for, staying up for 3 nights just to, get coding done. And it's been that way from the beginning. Steve Wozniak did the same thing with Apple before anybody had personal computers. He was staying up for 48 hours just to rush, get stuff done. And it's like, it's tough. And luckily men are willing to do it. Honestly, it's crazy that all these devs, they spend so much time doing it for free and working out bugs on their spare time. Like, it's crazy that men even do it. And it's like, it's even crazier to expect women who don't have to do it to do it. It's crazy, and the only reason why the men do it is because they're obsessed with, they love coding. They love it. It's what they do for fun. It's like puzzles. Yeah, I just seen Frank Zanu. I haven't seen this one, but I've seen he interviewed this one before. But usually I like his videos. He's always, somebody always, ooh, blacks do not have the best genes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to ZPR, Zanu Project Rethink. I'm Frank Zanu, and I have to keep talking about Safari Studios, my new home. And we are located here in Connecticut. If you have any needs for a podcast, a talk show style, a photo shoot, this space is awesome, and you should come. This is my first full studio episode with one and only, some of you have seen and missed her. Somebody said, bring back Nancy Forville is in the studio with me. Guys, before we start, do not forget to subscribe, follow us, share these videos, because I put a lot of passion into it. Nancy, welcome back to ZPR. We've missed you for a while.
Hey, I thank you so much, Frank, for having me on the show.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How has life been so far?
Good.
Traveling?
Traveling.
Work?
Work.
Yes.
And just working on a couple of projects, but I'm loving life.
You look rich.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You look great too.
Well, I know.
You look very wealthy.
Thank you. Thank you. So you did call me and you said you've been busy. You've been going to St. Martin's a lot.
Yeah.
And that there's a topic during your travel that you saw and it's trending on social media. And you think that I would have a thought about it that would be.
And honestly, you've seen that blacks do not have the best genes. And that doesn't make me, it doesn't make me happy that that's the case. It is relieving, though, to see people accepting that a spade is a spade, accepting reality, because once you've accepted reality, then you can do something about it. You can, compensate, and make up for any sort of deficiencies in the areas that you have abundance or that you have a prowess in, so this is good for everybody, and it doesn't make me there's no schadenfreude. It's like, no, honestly, I would like them to, join us as a civilization and, achieve and get to, a good place. It's not helping us by them struggling so hard. You know what I mean? I would, maybe they are a little bit lower genetically than we are, but that doesn't mean that they can't be positive in the world. That doesn't mean that they can't contribute. I'd rather see them contribute. Seeing them struggle and murder each other and just they just devolve into degeneracy. It's like, I'd rather see them flourish, and just because they're not, they don't, they're slightly lower than us, in IQ or whatever, in genetics. I mean, although they're specimens, they win all the sports, but it's like, it's not helping anybody to lie to them and tell them. It's not doing them a service to tell them that they're the same as everybody else when they are lacking. They need to know that so that they can adapt, react, and make up for those disadvantages. I mean, give them a fair shot to at least account for it and make up for it. When you lie to them, then they just struggle and they don't even know what the problem is. It's not right. That's not treating others how you wish to be treated.
Interesting, and you want to learn, and you want your friends to learn from it. So here we go. Here you are in the studio. What is it?
Well, I was traveling to St. Martin, and I saw a group of girls. They were lovely, but they all had this shirt, and it caught my eye because it all said Black excellence. And so I was wondering, because the first time I ever heard of the word Black excellence was during, I would say, the 60s and 70s, right? During the civil rights, they talk about Black excellence. And at that time, Black excellence probably meant to dress apart, to be educated, just the way W. Du Bois discussed Black excellence or the Black Tenth, right? So I didn't know what they meant, because to me, I saw girls that were on vacation, but to me, they didn't look that proper. So I was wondering, what did this Black excellence mean? And what were they trying to portray by wearing this shirt? I think I know what it means, but I wasn't sure. Just by their demeanors, but just by the way they were, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I saw it. I've seen a little some. It was a party, I believe, and then I saw a flyer that somebody sent to me asking if I would like to come with him, and he said it was a Black Excellence event. And so the title alone just said, no, what does it mean? Are they going together as Black people who are excellent, and they're having a conference to just inform each other how they are excellent? Or what does it mean that you are having a Black Excellence event? Is it a showcase, like we do the showcase of products and services, the expo?
Okay.
So if
Was it a scholarly event?
No, it's just evening, and they said it's a Black Excellence event.
Okay.
No, actually, Black Excellence Awards.
Oh, okay. It's an award ceremony.
So I was saying to myself, well, then I don't belong there, because I don't think that I go around saying that I'm a Black excellent man.
Okay.
But to your point, yes, you've raised a point, which is when you told me, I took a little time to think about it, and here is what I see, right? So you're a Black person, and you are going out on an airplane or a cruise, something like that, and you have a T-shirt that is announcing to the world that you are excellent. Okay. First problem right there. If I were to be in the same space with you, you have alienated the public already.
Yeah.
Because if you are proclaiming that you're excellent, and it means that those around you, at anywhere you are, at the airport, in the restaurant, whatever it is, and they see something that they need to correct, they better not try to correct, because you're already saying you are excellent. So
You're already perfect.
That's correct. So how dare anyone even think of correcting you? Even if a wad of cash fell out of your pocket, nobody's going to tell you, ma'am, you've dropped your money, because, hey, an excellent person is not supposed to drop a wad of cash. So that is the first problem I saw with it. And I mean it seriously, that you can't be walking around with this.
You just said these ninjas treat a preschool graduation ceremony as Black excellence. Can you blame them? Can you blame them after people lie to them and get so excited? Oh, look, they treat them like children. Oh, you graduated high school, you're so smart. They lie to them, and they placate them, and they condescend to them. It's disgusting. It's by far worse. It's the worst kind of racism these liberals, they're the most racist humans on the planet. They think they're so much better than these people, and that there's no hope for them, so we may as well just lie to them. They can't fix it, they can't solve it, we may as well just lie to them. I mean, really, the way that liberals they treat them like children, and I don't blame Black folks for, celebrating this stuff. They've been taught to expect nothing from themselves. They've been taught that everything is somebody else's fault. So why, you know what I mean? Like, it's despicable the way that liberals treat these people. They refuse to just let them be adults and let them sink or swim on their own merit. If they had done that and just kept it that way, there wouldn't have been this terrible decline after the civil rights era.
Of placard on you saying, I am excellent. It's an alienation. People will stay away from you. In fact, it will make people even now begin to dig deeper to see what is excellent about this person. I think that, and secondly, the next thing is, okay, we know, that there are things we as a Black race and whatever we are working on. There are things we're not happy with. We see the massive population of single parent households and the kids dropping out of school, the fights, the violence, the decadence. We've seen it. We know that. It's, Bill Cosby, this was a whole thing. He wrote a book.
Luckily, it's kind of undeniable, especially with all these graduations and stuff. Like, they're kind of making it obvious so that at least, nobody can blame us for saying stuff and expecting better. Like I watched that Carmen JC, as well as that Andre Williams, and they call the stuff out, and it's like, you can't blame those people for calling it out. You guys are constantly showing your asses in public. Like, how can you blame your your Black peers that have more self or more dignity and expect more out of you? Like, can you blame them? Seriously.
About when he said, come on, my people. Remember, he co-authored with a Harvard professor, right?
Right.
Okay, so when you wear this shirt as an adult, and the young ones are looking at it, what you're doing is affirming that nothing is wrong with their behavior.
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
4, 3, 2, 1, 6 months.
And where are they? Who are they with?
Their mothers.
How many mothers?
3.
All right, that is not Black excellence. The fact that you're here is not Black excellence.
Yep.
Unless that's the name of a building, but I'm assuming it's not. So you are not showing Black excellence to your ancestors or to your mother, your grandmother, or anyone. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
From here on out, in this court, whatever you do in your life while you're on probation, you need to ask yourself 2 questions. One, is what I'm doing something that could potentially result in me being revoked and sentenced to prison for 20 years? If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is maybe, don't do it. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
So they go out dressed very
Absolutely. And you
inappropriate.
know, you ever see those Black people that are like, man, I ain't even do nothing, man. Why, man? I don't know what you talking. Like, it's just they never did anything in their life. They're just a victim. They never did nothing, and they have no respect for anybody. If you know they're doing something wrong, if you try to politely tell them, or if a cashier tries to, man, why are you doing this and that, and they throw a fit and they, you know, throw all the items on the shelf onto the ground and they just destroy everything. You see them behave like that, and then you see the children with parents like that behave that way, and it's like, man, that should be illegal. That should be a damned crime. That should be a crime to allow children, you know, for somebody to behave like an animal, savage, and then force their children. I mean, it's always the women that are just, they don't want to hear nothing. You know what I mean? The Black women, they just freak out. They don't want, you can't tell them anything. They're always right. They're always the victim. And then they get their kids to be that way too. So, and then these, you know, the kids, they act up in school and stuff. They end up going to jail because, and then their parents are like, why are you doing that? Why'd you, and the parents, they get, you know, the kid just behaves like the parent taught them. And then, you know, the parent has to come to the school to get them to allow something to happen or whatever. And they're like, why are you acting like this? You know, they created a monster. And now they're wondering why, you know, why are they being a monster in front of everybody else? Why won't they just follow you know what I mean? Like, they create these monsters and then expect them not to be those monsters when they're around everybody else. It's incredible, man. And I feel so bad for those kids because they're antisocial. They have not been civilized. They may as well have, they're like a child that gets lost to the jungle and that is found 10 years, you know, they get lost as a toddler. They find them 10 years later and they're like a feral wolf or something. They can't speak. Their life is ruined because they passed the part of their life where they can learn language and stuff. And their life is over because they're an animal. They can't think, they can't be taught to speak or nothing. That's how I feel about those kids. It's like, wow. These people have just condemned their own kids to prison, basically prison, because the kid won't even respond to reasonable requests. They won't even, they won't respond to reason. You know, they'll murder somebody and then be pissed off that a cop is putting them in cuffs. Like, why are you arresting me? Why you ain't allowed to touch me? Why are you touching me? I got rights. I got rights. It's like, man, you know, they don't even give their kids a chance. They don't even have a chance. When you're like that, you're guaranteed to end up in prison. You're guaranteed to end up in prison.
Which attracts very undesirable male partners. You're telling them that the fight in the public, the loud noise in the public, the anti-academic sentiment, all that, it's okay. Because what else do you want them to think about when you say you're excellent?
Right.
Okay? But I think, now this is my wild, I think we put these things on t-shirts and wear them comfortably because in our heads, or in the heads of those women, they know something and they think that the only way that they can re-educate the public to look away from what the public knows about them is to inform the public that we are excellent.
So it's a promotion?
It's not a promotion. It's a redirection.
Mm-hmm.
So you step out into public as a Black woman.
Okay.
You know already, you've seen it in the media and from your own Black people who've called out the behaviors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like if I don't put something on me, people might look at me and remember those things that our own Black celebrities have said on television about our behavior. So you are covering up. What that is to mask what people know about
the stereotype.
So me wearing a Black excellence shirt would basically project that, hey.
It's like trying to masquerade as one of the, you know, the Black families that, you know, they operate like a white family. Their kids are excellent. You know, they do great in school. They achieve. It's like LARPing is one of those people when you're just a ratchet hood ghetto. You know, you're just some hood rat. You know, you wear a black excellence shirt. It's like, who are you fooling?
Look at me. I'm a good one.
That's correct.
I'm a well-behaved one.
Absolutely.
I may be an educated one.
Yeah,
Trust me.
That's correct. Yeah, exactly.
They're basically saying, hey, white society, I'm one of the good ones. You can trust me. I'm one of the ones that, you know, because a lot of them, they don't want to be a part of that. And I don't blame them, you know, as it should be. They don't want to be a part of that. And they call them, their own community would try to call them a coon or an Uncle Tom or whatever. But it's really, they just want to be civilized and live in a civilized neighborhood with civilized people that are going to treat them the way that they're going to treat the other everyone else. That's all they want. They just want to live at a certain standard of living. You know, it's not that they're sucking up to the white man. No, they just want to live a good life and want their children to do better than they did. And they get all this social pressure, and I feel bad for them, but you know, yeah, them wearing the black excellence, they're trying to masquerade as some of the good ones. I wouldn't believe it. It's like, nah, I got to see it before I believe it. You know, you got to behave before I got to see that behavior from you. Because as soon as you suck your teeth once, or some of that old garbage behavior comes out of you, you know, you start behaving like that. Yeah, no, sir. How many of you guys like had a job like in an office or something, and you have a black coworker and they behave so well and they're like white, and you're like, man, they're just, you know, they on top of stuff. And then somebody drops something on their toe or something, and they go, and then all of a sudden the ebonics come out. And all of a sudden all that language and all that sass, that back sass and that that jive and stuff, yeah, all of it comes pouring out, and you're like, oh, there it is, we just been waiting, you know. I mean, and you know, they know that everybody suspects it, you know, but they have this, again, they have the good sense to know that that isn't going to help them with other people, you know. Maybe with their own community, behaving like that endears you with the people, but if you behave like that in other people's community, they're just going to say, oh, she's one of those, he's one of those, he's just a YN, she's just a hood rat, you know. That's how it goes, man. She's got her long her weave and them 3-inch long nails, you know, big old jelly rolls sticking out the side of her shirt, because you know they don't even have the good sense to cover up their something
like that. Because why else would you say to people, like I used to joke all the time when we're in high school, it's always the very physically unpleasant girls who keep saying, I'm pretty, you know, and throw their hair, right? Bro. If you truly were, you wouldn't be saying it. It's the same thing wearing a placard on your shirt saying that black excellent. If you really were. Because you see, excellence is not something you hear or read. Excellence is something you see. Beauty, you don't read it. You don't hear it.
It's already projected. It's already
Beauty, you see it. You understand what I'm saying? Hard work, you don't hear it, you don't read it. Hard work is something you see. Proper etiquette and conduct, you don't read it, you don't hear it, you see it. Because we all know in our heads as human beings, there are certain behaviors, certain mannerisms that we expect of people in society, regardless of skin color. Okay? So when you have to make me read your excellence, it means that you know that it is not seen.
So that was a good one.
Okay. But black people are excellent at certain things. We're good at sports. We're good at music, comedy, right? Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. We're good at it. Like we're good at certain things. It's in our genes.
She's absolutely right too. Here, like, thank God we're finally getting to the point where we can have these conversations, man. This is good stuff, man. Bro, we have been trying to have, man, we need these conversations. Donahue used to be the guy who had all these conversations. Bro, we're finally getting to a place where we can talk about it again, man, where we can set standards and they will try to meet those standards. We're getting somewhere, bro. This is good news, man. I'm genuinely excited to see it. And she's not freaking out and indignant, and this is good, man. This means this is progress, you know. This is the road to a better place, possibly. Not gonna get my hopes up, but cautiously optimistic for sure.
Things. I would say athletics.
Being good at something is totally different from you going around announcing that black excellent? Are you talking about all black, the race is excellent? That's totally different.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, when you say we are good at, yes, we are good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Even the question of sports.
We do
say it
stuff
all
we're
the
not
time.
good at.
Blacks are good at sports.
It's in our genes.
No, we are not.
You don't think we're good at sports? We dominate basketball, we dominate football, we dominate a lot of different sports.
No, we don't.
We don't?
No, we don't at all. You see, there are
Football,
two types of sports.
soccer.
There are two types of sports.
Okay.
There are which we call popular sports because they are played outdoors.
Ah, that's right. He's right. They're good at certain sports. Basketball, running. They're not very good at team sports, it seems like. And the sports that are team sports they're good at, they're not good at being team captains. They're good at being running backs. They're good at positions where they don't have to be a team player. He's going to say that too, but he's kind of right, because sports require strategy and stuff. They're not good at sports. They're good at positions. They're good at running the 100-yard dash, but they're not good at creating new sports or creating new plays or new ideas. They're good at certain activities.
And everyone sees it.
That's correct.
Okay.
And number two, you ask who consumes those sports. Which products do you think are more popular? Commodities. Commodities are more popular because it's consumed by a large number of people. Not necessarily that the product is of good quality. It's just a commodity.
Okay.
It can be afforded by the masses. So when it's afforded by the masses, then many people see it and they think that therefore you dominate in that sphere of the industry, but it's not true at all. So let me give you an example.
Sure.
Maybe you haven't thought about it. How many disciplines of sports goes to the Olympics? About 31, 32.
Yeah.
31, 32.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
They don't account for many of them.
Different sports.
Different sport, yeah.
All right. For the last 100 years, which of this, out of this 31, how many of those do black countries come home with in gold?
Not many.
I would say maybe
2.
Only 2?
Mhm.
Damn.
And what are those sports?
Running,
Track.
which is the running,
Track.
is
Running.
also the 100 meters and the marathon.
Okay.
That's one discipline.
Okay.
The other one is basketball.
Okay.
Now, what happened to the remaining 29, 31?
That's crazy.
We're not dominating it at all.
Exactly. So the sports that people see, commonly see, it's the one. Who really watches soccer? Which we the blacks, Africans and Caribbeans call it football, but it's not American football. Soccer.
Soccer, I would say it's the blacks, Africans, and Latinos.
Yeah, but even in the UK,
Europe.
Well, you're
the soccer hooligans, yes.
Yes.
What class of people really get
Blue collar.
hooked on this thing and scream and drink beer and break tables when their team loses?
all classes.
Not all classes. You never find any serious guy who really.
Yes, there
No.
are all classes. There's all.
I'm
all
saying,
types of people love.
when you say football, you talk about Messi and people are buying the merchandise and wearing it. You're not going to be walking around Greenwich or Darien and finding kids spending their money on the merchandise of Messi and
Oh
Ronaldo.
yes.
But I am saying,
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's sneakers is consumed largely by low-income communities across this country. Some may have it signed and as a collectible. That's the truth about it. So what I'm saying is that there are certain types of sports that are consumed by the masses. Society is always divided between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the masses, and then the few who are at the top. They are seriously consumed with things that they can sit indoors and entertain and watch. Okay? So those two sports are popular, and we do well in those two sports. So it makes people think when they use the word sports, black are great in sports. When was the last time a black man won the swimming, javelin, archery, gunnery, table tennis? The list is long. Russia, the United States, China, and Japan goes home always
win.
massive load of gold.
Okay.
Now,
kick
54
ass.
countries in Africa, about 10 in the Caribbean, makes you almost close to 60 black countries on earth. And they go to an Olympics that has only 31 physical discipline sports, and we come home always with only 2. Are we?
They're so adapted to basketball because they love it. They have a passion for it. Their whole community does. So they focus on it. Anything that their community doesn't, they don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's because there's reinforcement of the community, social reinforcement, peer pressure, but also because they love it and they all do it. But if they don't love it, like, oh yeah, the bobsled team, you're right. There was a Jamaican bobsled team, but that was just running by itself, pretty much. But like, those require, like, those they're good at because their culture has always been good at running. It's always been good at those because it's like culturally running and stuff, like that's a part of their culture. So they they do it good. They're great Olympians, runners and stuff, as well as those two sports, track and basketball, those are the most culturally relevant for that community. You don't see them playing ping pong and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why why they're good at those, because it's so heavily focused on. Every black person tries both of those. Every black guy, at least, that's a potential pathway that all black people consider being a basketball star or a track star. They at least try it, and if they're, they figure it out. If they're not good at it, they go to something else. And then there are a lot of them that love it. Most of them love it. They spend a lot of their time there. It's free. They can do it. But even the ones that aren't good at it, they consider whether or not they have talent in that. And like basketball and rap and stuff, like that's kind of when they think of like, yeah, I'm going to get out of the hood, it's either by rapping or playing basketball or sports. Like that's even though it's like 1 in a million that they'll make it, so many of them do make it, but they think it's their only way. Like, several guys, I know at least one dude that went to my high school, went on to play. And I know a couple other guys that went to a high school in my where I live that went to pro. And so it's like one out of there's several every year from every decent sized city end up playing professional sports or going to college anyway. So it's relatively common for them. But like, we don't do that because, we don't have to rely on that. We're good at a lot of stuff. We can do many jobs and make a living. We don't really have to rely on talent. We don't need talent to make a living, or at least you didn't used to. Talent is nice. Don't get me wrong, it's nice, but you don't see white people, betting the farm on whether or not they'll be a basketball star. It's like if they have talent, they'll end up there, but they
Really
won't
good in sports.
force it.
If you take away those two sports and they are no longer making money and they are eradicated, would we show up at the Olympics ever again?
Probably not.
Exactly. So there are statements we've made, and we've repeated it because there are people who made it popular. Pelé made soccer popular than anyone. And after him came Maradona. That's correct. Okay. And then currently we have Messi and Ronaldo who made these sports very popular.
Right.
So you go to England and you have something called the soccer hooligans. And these are beer drinking, bearded white English boys who just. But if you're in England, among the bourgeoisies and the high class, well educated, maybe they're looking at cricket and other indoor sports and stuff like that.
Cricket is played by the masses.
Yes, so that statement, blacks are good in sports, and you name it, which ones we are good at. And Michael Jordan made basketball very, very popular, all the way to the hinterlands of Nepal and India, and everywhere you go, Michael Jordan, you understand? And Muhammad Ali made boxing very, very popular. So this is why people think that we dominate in the.
And to answer your question, Jay Boss, it doesn't really matter whether it's the chicken or the egg. What I'm saying is they're good at basketball and running because that's what they like to do. And it doesn't really matter why they've become pigeonholed to those. What matters is that they took to it. Basketball came out and we invented basketball and they liked it more than other sports. That's what I'm saying is they have an affinity for it. They have an aptitude for it. They took to basketball because they liked it and they stuck with it because they were good at it. That's what I'm saying. Because they liked it and they were good at it, especially with basketball, because they liked it and they were good at it, and that's why they focus on it so much. They don't even try baseball typically. They don't even try skiing or winter sports. Pretty much they just about only try either basketball or running. Every black guy that I knew that was athletic, they all did track. It was like they tried out for track to make sure, like they would try to all the different sports, just because their brother was good at running or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to say exactly why, the the lineage or the genealogy of why they're good at the sports. I'm just saying is it definitely has something to do with a passion they have for basketball. They have a passion for it. And that's why they can do it. So they practice it so much and become so good because they enjoy playing it. There's a natural enjoyment there. There's something about that game they naturally enjoy. You know, it suits their situation. You know, it's free. Their courts nearby. You know, whatever the reason is, it suits them particularly well, more so than any other sport. Because if that weren't the case, they would play equal parts soccer, equal and football and basketball, but they don't. Football, because you have to buy pads, you have to pay up to play that sport. Soccer, they don't, because we don't have much of a culture with soccer. But basketball, all you need is a ball in the courts, you know, and where there aren't courts like in Africa, they play soccer. They play soccer. But what I'm saying is soccer and basketball, really both, they have an aptitude for. They're cheap to play, and they're good at the skills required to do them, to play them at a high level. Does that satisfy you, J-Boss? Do you agree with that? Do you concur?
Those areas. Germans, up to recently, I don't know, there must be one or two of them, never liked comedy. Charlie Chaplin went to Germany, I think in 1910 something, and the place was empty because Germans just don't sit down and be laughing at.
No, they don't.
So if you're going to compare Chris Rock and Germans, so well, then blacks do well in comedy. Well, there are many cultures that don't fancy it. But we come back to this idea of that we walk around saying black excellence, right? And as we are talking, it came to my mind. We are the first to tell people that don't judge me based on my skin color. Even if you walk into a store and the store is about to close and say, oh, we are sorry we're closing. Oh, it's because of my skin color. Today you close an hour earlier. You understand? Okay, so we are the first to tell the world, don't judge me because of my skin color. But guess what? We are also the first to always use color, almost becoming an adjective to describe everything we do. Black excellence. I'm black and proud.
They're obsessed with it.
Black is beautiful.
Because
blacks don't cry.
Because it was put down for so
what I am saying is we're the first to announce to the world that we should not be judged based on our skin color. Is that not true? To the point that anything you do, unless you do it as a black person, then the other is not going to say you're doing it because of my skin color. Otherwise, anything that happens between a black person and a non-black person, is it because I'm black? But we are also the first. Do you see the contradiction I'm trying to paint here?
I understand what you're trying to say, but
yeah, they're the first ones to do the black graduations. They're the first ones to constantly bring up color. Constantly. You know, everything they do has something to do, or everything they say, everything they do is coded in that way, it seems like. They just can't let it, they are obsessed with it. Kind of like how women are obsessed with tits, so they get fake tits. That's how black people, women with small tits, you know, they're obsessed with it, and they think men are obsessed with tits when it's just not the case. Just not the case. Some guys are really into them. I mean, honestly, I didn't really used to care about it. It's only as I've gotten older I start to appreciate them. But they're the same way, you know, like they say, "Oh, I don't care." They act like they don't care about color, but yet they're the only ones who do care.
A black person cannot run away from this skin, right?
That is not the point I'm making.
But you're saying that we're saying we're black and we're proud. You're saying that
No. I am saying we are the first to announce to the world, don't judge me because of my skin color.
But we are judged by our skin color.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Maybe I'm not.
We are the first to announce. We said it. Martin Luther King said it. We say it till today. We accuse policemen, anyone who pulls us over, because I'm black.
So let's
say when the cop didn't even think of him being black, he's just pulling the guy over because he's got a taillight out or he's speeding. You know, like that's what he's saying. And she's, you know, she's typical colored woman, like woman and colored arguing it. But, you know, the white cop, he's just doing his job. And the guy's speeding, so he pulls him over. The black guy's the one to bring it up. He's the one to bring up color. White guy's like, bro, what difference does it make? You're speeding. Give a shit what color you are.
We were not black, we were white.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. But I am contradicting that.
Okay.
To the fact that we, those who are saying, don't judge me based on my skin color, we are also the first to use that same skin color to describe everything we do. Now, do you understand the argument I'm trying to make?
Yes, I understand.
So there's a contradiction there. If you don't want to be judged by your skin color, then don't use your skin color as a prefix to anything you do. I'm black and excellent. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm beautiful. Blacks don't crack. I'm black and I'm good. You are drawing attention to the very thing you are saying to people. Don't focus on that.
Yeah. Makes
And
no
I think
That's a
sense.
problem with this T-shirts that you're talking about.
Mhm. Right, but let's say someone, okay, so we see it all the time. Kids will say, I'm walking down the street and I'm black and I have a hoodie on. And if I was a white kid and I had a hoodie
No.
on, I think they would just, leave me alone.
No.
But because I'm black, they want to interrogate me. They want to ask me more questions.
Yes, you said it. You said it.
Mhm.
I am black with a hoodie and I'm walking down the street.
Mhm.
If I were white, has he tried being white and wear it and then wasn't judged? So I cannot comment on if I wear.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I'm black. I've worn hoodies when it's like spring. Back in college, nobody ever said anything to me just because I was wearing hoodies. Eminem wear hoodies. White kids wear hoodies.
Mhm.
So to say I have to associate something to my clothing, how did you know that your clothing is not appropriate for a black person? First of all, did the police or the woman or the person who told you said your clothing as a black person is not appropriate? Shouldn't go together.
Mhm.
How did you know that a hoodie on a black is the reason the person is correcting you or pulled you over?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess they found the black person.
It's because you yourself know that a hoodie has a question mark. Otherwise, you won't bring attention to it.
Right.
You know why you're wearing a hoodie. Your inner feeling have you covered your face. So you know it. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that the hoodie was the reason I was pulled over.
Yeah.
You see, there are little things we hide in the things we do, which is very, very disturbing.
They hide
And
it
we have
from
to think
themselves.
about it. Why would anyone at all have clothing on? So you say, if you dress like this, but you are in a very five-star restaurant and screaming and banging the table, and because the way you dress, they won't call you out.
Oh, no, they would call me out.
Exactly.
Because
But if you wear a
I know,
hoodie
I was
coming
just
to my
busting your
restaurant,
balls,
let's say you're sitting at a 3-star, and I say no. I mean, what is wrong with that? There are clothing that are appropriate for places, but to say that I'm black and I'm wearing a hoodie, well, you are saying something louder than even what we think it is. You are saying that a hoodie is not even appropriate in the first place, let alone worn by a black person, because I don't know where a hoodie was ever categorized by anyone as inappropriate. So we go from I'm black and
In
proud.
other words, I was just basically saying was basketball and running, they come natural to them for some reason. They don't have to work to be good at it. It's just something they grow up in. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't put any effort towards being good at those. Not any effort. Like it's not like doing homework for them. Whereas you see white people learning violin and this and that. It's not. They don't see practice of basketball as being work. That's fun. They don't see running as being work. Whereas I would see basketball as work. If I had to practice, I'd be like, I would see that as work. They wouldn't. That's what I mean. It suits them for some reason. Whatever that is, it suits them.
We say this in the 60s, I'm black and I'm beautiful. But if anyone should say that, which you look among all the groups in the United States, no one. Asians don't go around with any t-shirts,
saying they're
Even
white
proud.
people
That's
don't.
correct. Even the Latinx don't do that. So this tells you that the people are aware of something themselves first for you to wear a placard.
Right.
A placard only says that I'm trying to tell you that what you think you know about me is not true. Instead of you acting it for me to see, you want me to read it.
So black people should stop wearing this black excellence or stop promoting it? Should we just...
What are they promoting in the first place?
What are black people promoting?
Yeah, why promote black excellence? Why not, if your kid is smart, why not just wear their t-shirt they get from school that denotes their AB honor roll or whatever? Why are you, they're trying to hide behind their group. It's like, if you're excellent, you would stand up and want to be recognized as an individual. If your child was excellent, you would have the "My kid is an honor roll student" bumper sticker. You wouldn't be saying, you wouldn't want to share the glory with your group. If you were excellent, you would want to share, you would not want to share that glory with anybody. And the fact that they're black excellence, they're tooting a horn that means nothing. You know, it's like you're betraying yourself by saying black excellence. With it, that means that for sure you're not special. You're just like everybody else, and you just want to take advantage of the cultural cachet and capital that the black community has against other community. You know, like they can get stuff over on the white community because they feel guilty. You know, and any above average or skilled black people or smart black people I've seen that won awards, they didn't say black excellence afterwards. They took the glory rightfully for their own achievements. You know, let the community itself earn those achievements. Mine are mine, you know. And black excellence, this isn't like an oxymoron, you know, because nobody who is excellent would pass around their own earned accolades.
The ladies who said black excellence, the ones we met on, yeah, what did they say excellent?
I don't know.
Exactly. So if you say,
I couldn't tell what exactly.
so if you ask me, should they stop promoting? No. I'm not a police on anybody's wardrobe. I'm only dissecting what
you see,
what you're telling me. Would you feel comfortable wearing that T-shirt?
Personally, no.
Exactly. I wouldn't wear a T-shirt saying I'm excellent.
Not for being black.
Even if I'm a handicap, I wouldn't wear a T-shirt to say I'm a handicap. I'm sure you will see that I'm a handicap if I'm black. I'm blind and I have a cane.
That's what I mean by braggarts and people boasting and gloating. If you have to say it, then you're not it. You know what I mean? If you have to tell people that you're excellent, tell people that you're smart, tell people that you're this, that, or the third, that means that you can't show them you're good at that. You've got to tell them. I mean, and that's essentially some advice my dad gave to me, and not verbatim, but if somebody has to tell you how good they are or how great of a person they are, it means they're not a great person. Pretty much, they would show you how great they are, and yeah, somebody's trying to sell you something if they're boasting. At least that's how it comes across to me. People, they let their excellence do its own talking. Simple as that. If you have the goods, why do you feel the need to say that you have them? When you have the goods, nobody wastes times talking when they can do the walking instead. That's what I mean. And that's the way I tend not to talk about. I don't like talking about myself, really. I mean, unless I'm trying to get a point across, because otherwise it just looks boastful and arrogant. It's just not a good look. It's not a classy look for anybody. And I think as a white person, you really should feel uncomfortable with that. And I know I do. Like my parent, like anybody I know, or like my family, yeah, they would look at me sideways if I was boastful and stuff. Like you shouldn't be your peers, your white family and stuff. They shouldn't let you get away with that, really, because it's not classy and it doesn't reflect well on everybody. It doesn't like you just a boastful bozo. You're a bozo. What do you like? Kind of a arrogant loser.
This man is black. You don't need a black hat, right?
Yeah, I don't need to wear a shirt that says I'm black and white.
We let our achievements speak for themselves. We went to the moon. We won World War II. We let that stuff stand and speak for itself. We don't have to defend it. It does all the talking for us.
I'm proud. There are different ways. You could just be a proud person.
When you say, people read. If I am able to read into it, I'm sure other people are reading into it. When you wear a T-shirt or a slogan in public saying "I'm black and proud," what you're saying is,
sideways.
As a black, I'm not supposed to be proud. That's correct. Right. Okay. So you feel that there is nothing in me that I should be proud about. When you look deep into you, when you look into your history, you don't see anything that makes you naturally just feel yes. Those who truly feel it because they have it, because it's shown in their history, because people see it, they don't even remember if they are proud.
It's just oozing out of you.
That's correct.
Exactly.
So when you hear that, and that goes for any other group, it means they are aware that I look inside me. I want to walk around when I go out and ask myself, what do people see when they see me?
Yeah, like you want to have strong character, you want to have good demeanor, you want to have good behavior.
And I have a lot of respect for him and this woman. Because, she gets kind of indignant when he says a lot of this stuff, but she listens still. He is able to say, stop, just let me say what I'm saying. You know what I mean? In this modern age, people will just get up and walk out a lot of times. She genuinely just wants to have the objective truth and she is operating out of sincerity and good faith. She wants to know the truth. And she wants to do better. She wants her community to do better. And I admire that. I respect that. A lot of them would not hear this out. And the fact that she's a woman too, and she's willing, this is a blow to her ego. Absolutely. And she's subjecting herself to it willingly. Yeah, she's putting up a little bit of resistance, but really, if it wouldn't be hard for her to just filibuster and say, no, I'm not going to let you finish, so, and you've got to reward good behavior. You know what I mean? Like when people exhibit the behavior you want to see them exhibit, you gotta reinforce it positively. So when I see black folks doing this, hey, I'm going to give them accolade. I'm going to uh tell them how I feel. Yeah, I admire this. I respect you for this. And just be okay. Maybe her IQ isn't as high as mine, but that's same with a lot of people. And I'm not as high as some people, but it's like that doesn't mean she can't be a great addition to society. That doesn't mean that she can't be uh forward looking and honest and work at bettering. You know what I'm saying? There's not that doesn't stop them from being great people. Doesn't They can still go out and it's not a disadvantage really. I mean, it doesn't restrict them from doing anything is what I'm saying. And they should not let other people's opinions affect their uh their values and affect their behavior. They should do what they think is right, no matter what. Okay, people, black excellence. They shouldn't let that discourage them from trying to achieve, from pursuing change, a better positive change. And if they put in the effort, they could get there. If they put in the effort, they could get there. It's absolutely possible. If they want to take responsibility, own up to it, and get serious, they could make some serious improvements. Easy, and it wouldn't take much effort for them to become an addition to Western society, an excellent addition to our society, where they had assimilation, where they were, they weren't living in ghettos and stuff. It wouldn't be that hard, and everybody else is dying to help them achieve that. Everybody else wants nothing but to see them, pick themselves up out of the dirt and brush themselves off and achieve.
That's correct. Now, we are going to have to be stereotypical in this discussion. Not every black person has these manners and behaviors we're talking about. But do you think that when you step out as a black person, that you feel confident that that's what people see? These positive attributes you just listed?
Yes.
No.
No?
No. They see Zanu. But if they have to see black Zanu, then the attribute you mentioned is not what they see in their mind before they met Zanu. They might say, Nancy is an exception. I met this black woman. She's really different. That's correct.
She's different because she's well behaved?
That's correct.
So you're saying the perception that is out there, the perception in the...
That's how we see other white people. Hey, he's a good guy. You know what I mean? Like, if a white guy is a thief and a crook and a douche, people are going to say, yeah, watch out for that guy. He's not a regular white guy. He's different. Hey, so what? We do value judgments on each other all the time. White, black, purple, indifferent. We judge each other, and hey, you can't blame us. This is just the world we've been plopped into. We're dealing with it just like everybody else. I'm tired of being singled out because, we're doing a little better. Excuse me, you're in our house.
The world of black people is that these people could be questionable.
Yes.
Beware.
No,
absolutely,
yes.
riot.
You see, I will know the one who complained that I walked into the store, they were looking at me. Even if it's because your hair was so beautiful and they were looking at you, you wouldn't think that it's because of the hair. It's because I'm pretty. You think it's because of what you also know about black people.
Yep.
So people just looking at you, you think it's because of what they know about black people, because you know it too. Of course, you live in a black neighborhood. You've seen plenty of it. You're not blind.
All right, see you later.
You understand? So that is why we become really, like, what are you looking at? We are only ones who always ask people, what are you looking at? And then I have thought to myself, why are we so concerned about me? People look at me. I like that they're looking at me. Why not?
You love the attention?
No, not the attention. Human beings, we have eyes and we are attracted to many different things. So when people are looking at me, because I don't have anything that I'm worried about that you're going to see. So when people are looking at me, I just know that human beings look, because I look at people also. There is something, the way you wore your hair, that it will make me look at you.
Right.
But we are the only ones who always question, to the point of punching people, what are you looking at? Even when black people look at black people, not just white this time.
She was staring at me.
That's correct. They use the N word and say, what are you looking at?
But black people are good at something though. We're good. We have some type of excellence that we carry. pride, or
if you
what
were
is
white
it?
asking me this question, then I might try to answer you. But you're black and you're asking me this question. So
Why am I asking you?
Exactly.
What are we good at? What are we?
Yeah, what are you asking this? You know, and you in the beginning you said we're good at poetry, we're good at sports.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I've just told you, it is the popular ones that people kind of, you know, we consume. If you go to Haiti, yes, I know soccer is very popular. People would stop work, they will leave work early and just go and watch soccer.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to Africa right now, in Kenya especially, you will never see a single Kenyan local club, people wearing their merchandise. It's Messi, it's Ronaldo, it's Chester, it's
Ronaldinho.
all the European nation. They have a whole betting industry based on only European soccer teams, not in Africa. Same in Nigeria. Same in Nigeria. Okay? So what I'm saying is, if you say, aren't we good at something? Well, it's not a question to be discussed. Are we not good at something? If we are, let those who see the things we're good at, maybe we are very, very excellent in announcing that we are excellent at doing bad things.
What do you mean by that? Like we're excellent at
announcing that we are excellent at doing very non-excellent things. You're asking me what are we good at? An example is a group of women wearing t-shirts saying I'm excellent.
Mm-hmm.
We are excellent at marketing ourselves, we think. But no, every group...
We're excellent at doing bad publicity, is that what you're saying?
Every group in this world are known for something. Every. Yes.
Blacks are known for being loud in movies and movie theaters. And that's how they are with everything. They like being the center of attention, the peacocks. That's kind of their thing. That's what they're sort of known for. And being mostly dim, a little bit mostly below average.
You know, Asians, you think about martial art, you think about, you know, diving and all those kind of classical sports, right?
Yeah.
You think about the Eastern Europeans, you think about ballet, you think about classical music, classical dance, chess, you know, and all those kind of things. You think about Indians, you think about management and, you know, they're astute in academics. And so everyone is good at something.
Yeah, black people are good at singing, dancing.
So there is Mozart put together the Fifth Concerto 105 years ago at the age of 5. And it's still being played and studied in many institutions across the world.
Yeah.
Classical music, a 5-year-old. How about Beethoven? Bach? Chopin? Are we 105 years ago?
Yeah.
You know any music, black music 105 years ago that's still being played and studied in classical ballrooms across this world?
Not to that extent, but there are people who travel all the way to Africa to know how to play certain instruments because, you know, they want to know how to play it. We don't have anything that sophisticated.
No, I'm just simply, you said music, and I'm bringing you to understand what music. When I was in college, I was made to take music appreciation as an elective, right? Nobody ever told me to write about a conga or I'm a piano. So what is the music? We keep telling people. We created the instrument that plays the music. We created the mathematical, which directs music production. We create the instruments or the appliances or the electronics or the equipment.
Instruments.
No, which instruments did we create?
I don't know the name of them, but there's like the.
So you've seen one of the most
instruments from West Africa. People.
One of the most expensive concerts you would go to is symphonies, right? Which of the instruments used in the symphonies did we create? Okay, when Mozart played the music 105 years ago, the Fifth Concerto, the instrument was what? It was a pianist. How about Beethoven? A pianist. Okay. What instrument? The cello, the violin. These are most popular than what you're talking about.
But that's,
now let me ask
that's
you.
a Western
No, I'm
standard.
asking. Yes, it is. I admit that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there are certain things, if you talk about it, you have to talk about where did it come from. So I'm asking you, when was the last time a plane load of Polish people, a plane load of Japanese, Chinese, Germans, you name it, heading to Africa just to go and play conga and come back?
I don't know a plane load of.
Okay, but you say people go all the time.
Yes.
Where?
There are dancers, there are musicians.
I know that, but I'm asking which one.
I don't know. I don't
then
know.
why you say that people are going to Africa all the time?
But they do go.
Which days?
Students.
Which students?
Students of dance, students of...
Of what dance? Classical dance?
African dance.
Exactly. You're taking West African dance, you go to West Africa. But that doesn't make it most popular in the world, that there is a whole industry built around it. Ghana doesn't even have a tourist center devoted solely come and learn how to play the maracas or the... No. You see, I keep saying to you, there are certain things that are popular and consumed by the masses. So it makes the thing become popular. But people talk about this African music as if, you know, Today, go and watch any of the African musicians
Mhm.
performing on stage,
Rap maybe, but it's,
and you would see more than you can see, especially when they are from the Wolof.
isn't it funny how how our culture deludes us into thinking black people are great at stuff, and then how easily it's picked apart by him? You know, like even I was kind of like thinking, yeah, they're good at stuff, they're good at this, they're good at that, and then when he breaks it down, it's like, yeah, you know, that he mentions it, he really, yeah, no, not good at anything. Like really, you know, they still live in huts with dirt floors, and you know, they haven't been at it long though. We've been at this stuff for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. Same thing with the Middle East and stuff. Africans, you know, they just started dealing with money in the last few hundred years. First time they'd never been to sea before Europeans came with boats. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been at civilization for thousands of years. They've been at civilization for 300 or 400. Literally. You know, like the black people that have participated in Western culture, yeah, it started in what when they started going through Africa. Although there were black people in the Bible, and you know the Phoenicians and the Greek knew of them, but like they didn't really start participating in mass with civilization until like what, the 15, 16, 1700s, 1800s. So, you know, really, it's kind of unreasonable for us to expect them to be as civilized as we are. And we've gone through thousands of years of selected breeding where only the most civilized got to reproduce. You know, like we've been weeding out with prisons and the death penalty and stuff. Anybody that was antisocial was put to death mostly, were hung. Horse thieves were hung. You know, like anybody who committed any crimes was hung for in our bloodlines for thousands of years. We've been selective breeding, and our governments and our elites and our culture has weeded out the non-hackers. You know, it puts any incorrigibles, it throws them in prison so they can't have kids or they die. You know, get the death sentence. Them, it's literally been survival of the fittest. uh Might makes right. You know, like they haven't had any of that you know, like they say they have a higher preponderance of these violence genes, and they're the kind of genes that I mean, we have them too, but to a lesser degree, but they're the kind of genes that make somebody good at war. You know, like those genes are activated when war is going on, or like in the medieval era or the crusade, like during those chaotic times, during those chaotic times, uh those genes are activated. But then, you know, we're not always at war though. And so we're constantly being culled. The herd is being culled. You know, we're refining our genes as human beings. They just started their journey. You know, they just started their journey with civilization. You know, we've got a couple thousand years head start on them. You know, is it crazy that they're not as civilized as we are when we've been literally being civilized for thousands of years? You know, as far as I can tell, you know, they would probably be on par with everybody if they had civilization. You know what I mean? Like, because in our women, like in our civilizations, you get thrown in jail a lot of times before you can have kids. And being a criminal or being antisocial doesn't lend itself to reproducing very well. What the is up with this fucking internet? Yeah, it doesn't lend itself to reproduction. So, you know, we've been constantly refining and they just haven't. And I don't think it's reasonable to expect them to be as civilized as we are, like blink of an eye practically. I think we should have a little bit of grace, and you know, and we are accommodating. We are, you know, if we weren't accommodating, you know, we wouldn't even deal with them. But we are accommodating, and we have patience. Absolutely. We have they're our fellow man. We have all the patience in the world for these people, for them. We don't have to tolerate being robbed and raped and stolen from, but that doesn't mean that we should just exile them and not help them at all. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to help them get to the promised land without subjecting ourselves to, problems. I think that's right, but I think it's wrong for us to measure that or to hold them to our same standard. I don't think it's right for us to do that. And I mean they should be held to the same standard, but we shouldn't laugh about them not hitting it regularly or mostly hitting it. We shouldn't laugh or hold it against them. We acknowledge that and we adapt and orient ourselves so that we don't, disadvantage ourselves. We're not just opening ourselves up to being hurt and injured. But we should have the grace to give them some a pretty decent wide latitude so that they can catch up. You know, we have the benefit of time. And really, I appreciate that, Saxon. We've had the time to adapt. I mean, it's because I do kind of try to rationalize and I try to have like I only come up with a take when I kind of piece things together myself. I observe and then I kind of explain it to myself from observation. And you know they have been deprived of historical. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the hell is going on here. I don't know why that it's buffering like that. I wish. Trying to see if maybe there's I have some maybe a application opener. But like where I agree that they're behind us. They need to catch up. But where I differ with everybody else is whether or not how we treat them because of it, how we talk about them because of it. The way that liberals and Democrats talk about them is not empathetic, and it's not righteous, and it's not Christian, it's not righteous, it's not right, and it's not just. They deserve like I said, they deserve some reasonability. We need to be reasonable. Can't just expect them to turn on a dime. We weren't held to that standard. We didn't have to turn on a dime. We were allowed to do this slowly. We had the benefit of rubbing elbows with other civilizations that we were able to, through osmosis, we were able to, like take and pick and choose, like guns. We didn't invent that, but we had the benefit of, rubbing elbows with other cultures, many of them. And a lot of African cultures, they didn't. These tribes, they didn't see a white man until recently. And like I said, I don't think we should open ourselves up to injury, but I think that we should have a little compassion because and I don't, and when I say disadvantaged, I mean, like I said, they don't have the benefit of the civilizing effect of, growing up in a civilization with prisons and stuff like we have for thousands of years. They don't have that benefit, and when we kind of have to make up for that artificially, with like good culture and stuff, but we haven't even been able to make progress when it comes to good culture. They don't want to even listen to that. They think we're trying to screw them or whatever. But, genuinely though, I think there's hope. And I don't think they're necessarily, imagine if, they had been integrated into the West 2,000 years ago. I'm not so sure that we wouldn't be the same as them, you know? I'm not so sure. Shoot, man, you know, it's a long time ago. Maybe and you know, people in Europe before the Crusades, or well, you know, they had metal and Iron Age and stuff, but you know, not all that. We were at the same technological level as Africa was. What, you know, in the Bronze Age, you know, yeah, Greece, you know, with like the Iliad and the Odyssey, you know, that stuff. When that took place, they were at the same technological level as we were. You know, and then the difference between then and now, you're talking about a couple thousand years. You know, and I absolutely believe that civilization definitely has an effect on genetics. You know, that's what selective. It's basically a form of selective breeding, but we do it with our instincts instead of, you know, like we're selectively breeding because we only breed with people that have traits we want. You know what I mean? Like, so we're doing it naturally with our own instincts. You know, we're just following our instincts. Whereas with dogs and stuff, we're doing it to get to a certain endpoint.
Region, Mali, Senegal, Guinea, Gambia. 90% of their band members are white. They use guitar, they use piano, synthesizers, mixers that were made in the West. So what is the part of the music we're talking about? You and I live in a community in areas where, yes, we consume this type of music. It's true.
Yeah. But there are no schools, official schools, and official.
Exactly.
I understand.
Yeah.
But I mean, people, I was just thinking about people who travel to West Africa. They go into these villages to meet with people to help them understand the instrument and to, you know, develop.
It's like it's an industry or some educational thing.
It's not an official industry, but it's there.
It's not that popular. I'm from Africa, right? I'm from West Africa. I've lived there long. I've seen it. It's not as you say. People go to visit, and then while they're there, they want to try African dance. There are 2 girls now in Ghana. It will take a lot of Ghanaians to beat her. She's good. But that is a hobby, not something, you know, popular and pronounced, like you're saying.
Because there's not an official school, so you're calling it a hobby?
It's not, because it's not an official school. Because it's not, why would they build an official school unless the item or the product is, you know, there's a demand for it, then they'll build something about it.
Right.
Yeah, but there's no demand for it, you know. So for me, I'm not saying one is better and one is, no, I'm just saying what is popular, right? If you mention Chopin, most students, if you mention Beethoven and Bach and Mozart and all the names, the list is longer than anything. So let me ask you to mention also, really, 100 years ago, or anywhere I go in the world, 3 black musician names. First of all, let's start. Mention 3 classic musicians that the world knows.
I don't know any.
Mozart, I've just said the names. You studied in school.
No, I thought you meant any black ones.
No.
Oh, okay.
Just any.
Yeah, Mozart. Bach.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You made it very quickly. Now name 3.
3 black.
Yeah.
I don't know of any.
See, I was in Germany and I was talking to a group of Germans. I said Nina Simone, and they jumped. They jumped. They love this woman. You know, she moved to France for a while. What was her instrument, or what was her musical genre?
She was
a classical pianist.
Yeah, she's a pianist and
classical
singer.
Pianist, not just pianist. She was a classical pianist, a good one. Nina Simone, not only good at classical piano, but she used music as a revolution in this country.
Right.
Do we remember her? No, but we remember Beyonce. Because Beyonce, wait, listen carefully.
Okay.
Beyonce is a popular music.
Right.
Nina Simone is not a popular music. It's a classical music. It would outlive all these Cardi B and all of them. So which one really should be studied, should give us quality? Is this the behind shaking with gyrophone lights on stage, or manage, or this woman who revolutionized classical music in this country and fought, discrimination with it?
Yeah, it would be.
We don't know what excellence is if you talk about it. We don't.
We don't?
No, we don't.
You're saying black people don't?
Yes,
know
we
what
don't.
How so? Like, how
Or if
so?
we do, we would build Nina Simone statue everywhere. We will force our children to listen to her music. We will make her music a requirement in all high schools. If I say her name now among many people, they don't even know who I'm talking about. So we don't know excellence. And you were talking to me earlier about genes. Yeah, what was your question about that?
Well, when I was
you said the reason they say black excellence is because what? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, is it black excellence? Is it in our genes? What are you saying? Is it something genetic, or is it excellence because of our education?
No, you
Is it
said that they say that blacks have the best genes.
right?
Could that be the reason we say black excellence?
That could be it.
I've also, a long time ago, I used to, hang on to that statement where they say blacks have the best genes. Because I was young. The thing is, we all like for people to say good things about us. So when you hear a good thing, you don't even want to take time to examine or even dissect it because it's good. As long as it's good, it's fine. Only when you hear something that is a criticism, then we go off the rail.
I mean, the first time I've heard about black genes being good is during slavery when they try to breed blacks.
We say blacks don't crack because we have the best genes. We say it all the time.
Yeah.
All right? And I also, at one point, I used to parrot that thing. I used to say it. I love it when I hear it. Because everybody likes when they say good, quote, good things about you.
And you don't believe that black people have good genes?
It's not a question of belief. It is only recently I began to really look into it. And I said, no, we don't. We don't have good genes.
Why don't you think we have good genes? We're strong?
No. In the evolution of human beings, when we began to build society, what are the three things every society provides, work hard to provide its people for sustenance and not die and to survive? What are those three things?
Food, water.
I don't know, stability.
Shelter.
Peace. I don't know.
No. Tangible things.
Shelter.
That's correct.
Okay.
And
Food.
plenty of food and
Water.
Drinkable water.
That's correct. Why did we focus on those three? Because it would guarantee what? Survival.
Maybe I am
and
full
so
of shit.
people focus on those three things to provide for their people. First thing
That's
they
the
have
case.
to do
Why are you
is to
watching?
provide those three things. Internally, biologically, we survive on food, oxygen, and water. You miss any one of those 7 days or 10 days, I don't know how many days they say for water. You're dead.
You're dead.
Externally, we rely on shelter, clothing, and food for physical survival.
Right.
So societies and human beings focus on those things to build and provide for their people in abundance and reserve.
Right.
Okay. So I began to think when I hear this, we have the best genes. And I asked myself, if when I was being created, God asked me, what is the genes you want? For the things you've mentioned that societies try to create, what genes would you ask for?
I would ask for physique.
No.
Intelligence.
You just have to name one. There are two parts of the human body, the physical and, So which one would you ask? Would you ask God to make you so you don't crack?
Black don't crack.
And yet live in squalor?
No.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
If we look into the world today, let's be honest and put all emotions aside.
Right.
Which societies have we seen have provided the best shelter, best safety
Which
methods,
society?
medical systems, all the good things we mentioned for
You
their
want
people?
black don't crack?
I would say
West?
Western and Asian.
That's correct. What genes did they use because they don't crack?
They crack. They definitely crack.
Exactly. But we are all flooding to those countries where they crack.
Because they're developed.
No. I'm just saying yes.
Right.
Okay, fine. Now let's go back to something I want to bring your
Black
attention
don't
to.
crack.
All right. Once upon a time, it's a Bible story, and I've read the Bible a lot, and I love the stories in the Bible because it teaches me something to think ahead.
Okay.
Not to rely on the Bible stories as events that happen and it's just then it means nothing. But it teaches me to think ahead, right?
Okay.
So once upon a time, there was this handsome man who was a king, and he was building this, community for himself and his people. And God saw his work. God loves his people. And he called him out and he said, hey, listen, I can see that you want to really provide for your people and build a great kingdom. What do you want me to give you? Of all things on earth, name one thing you want me to give you. That gentleman was Solomon.
Yeah,
What did he ask God? Give me what?
I don't remember.
You went to a Catholic private school.
I did.
Temple?
You don't know what Solomon asked God.
No, I forgot.
Nobody asked it.
Solomon said, give me wisdom.
Okay.
Where does wisdom belong?
Wise old days of Solomon.
Intelligence.
Yeah.
To rule my people, provide for people. According to the Bible story, he built one of the most sustained kingdom of abundance. Trade, network of trade, people coming from all places to trade with his kingdom.
No, I didn't say Africans are the best warriors. What I was saying was they're more violent. They actually have more of a propensity for violence because of that warrior gene. And the warrior gene just makes it makes you a little bit more violent. And it's just like, look, it's the difference. They're wolves and we're the dogs, or they're feral wolves and we're dogs. We're just a little more civilized than they are. We do better in civilization. They would probably do better in the wild. You get what I'm saying here? They've up until just recently, they were operating as though in the wilderness, the Serengeti and the Kalahari and stuff. Not all that long ago. Shoot, there were tribes that were, they weren't even discovered until until they explored the Nile to find where the origin of the Nile was. And I'm just saying is, if we are Labradors or golden retrievers, they're like, a feral wolf or something. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, they're not gonna do as well in civilization as we do. Just like wolves don't do as well in civilization. But you know what? When wolves have been around civilization for any period, they evolve and adapt. You know what I mean? Like even just being in proximity with humans and civilization changes animals. That's what I'm saying. Is they haven't even been in proximity of us all that long. They have just started uh, you know, adapting to civilization, our civilization to boot. They never had their own currency or language, written language. There is no such thing as a written language that was created by Africans. There is no such thing as a currency, a dollar or nothing that was created by Africans. Nothing, never. Okay? That's what I'm saying is they don't pack the gear, but it's not their fault. It's not their fault. And that's why there's like a disconnect here where people, they think like I'm attacking them or I'm trying to slight them and say that they're stupid or no, man. No. They're humans. Like, I want the best for them. When they do better, our lives get better. Our lives would be improved, substantially improved. If they changed for the positive, even the tiniest amount, our lives would be affected for the better. So it behooves everybody to help them, or it would benefit every other group if Africans and colored people, would adapt or would show some growth, exhibit some growth, positive change. We would all stand to gain from that, and we should want that. I mean, if even whether you're a Klansman, hey, we got to live on this stupid rock together, whether we like it or not. We got to do it. We don't have a choice. And I'm not willing to kill people. I'm not willing to be a butcher. I couldn't live with myself. But we got to live here with them. So we may as well make the best of it, man. The world is a small place yet, or today. It's a small place. We got to share it with these people. Whether we like it or not. And I think we may as well accept it, come to terms with it, and fix it, try to make it better, like we always do. Like white people we always improve things. We adapt, we change stuff, we figure it out. Well, that's what we got to do here, whether, I mean, and this Zano, I've seen him put forward some ideas like, hey, we can't get our shit together in Africa. We don't know how to run these countries. Maybe we should hire some mercenary white people to come run these countries for us and show us how to do it. Because, we know how to do it. They know, and China too, say, they could do China as well. But like, hire pay, like they pay China to do the Belt and Road. But I mean, like, they need help running it too. They can't, like, they turn South Africa from a Garden of Eden into a hellscape in short order in my lifetime, and I'm a young man. So, and it would be it would behoove them to get more competent leaders and have somebody else take the reins while they're learning, while they're adapting. And once they get to the point where they can handle it and their culture has changed, because your culture changes, you start adapting. And once they have the culture in place, the cultural in the traditions and the all the different things that go with civilization, once they have all that stuff into place, we can take the training wheels off. Why not? Why not? It's not a bad idea. And it's not like, oh, they're stupid, they'll be like this forever. Or, oh, we're just going to, because I'm sure some of them would accuse us of enslaving them or whatever. But it's like, no. It's just like capitalism, like it's altruism through greed, or altruism through selfishness. If you want to make money, you have to if you want people to give you their money for stuff and trade with you and give you their money, you have to treat them well. You have to treat them right. Treating people poorly is bad business. And that it's such a beautiful thing. It plays on our flaws. It turns our flaws into assets. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at with the coloreds. We've got to help them. It's for our own good that we help them, that we get them on their feet. Because, hey man, they're just a leech as it is now. We're just hemorrhaging, bleeding out for foreign aid. I mean, seriously. We would be way better off if we weren't sending them foreign aid. And maybe, also all of the resources that are in Africa would be brought to bear on the modern world. If they would just, if they were civilized, they would start mining that, everything. They would turn it into a business. They would start harvesting their natural resources like we do, like Russia does, like China, like every other civilized country. And imagine how many undiscovered resources as well. I'm sure there's undiscovered elements and stuff in Africa, or at least stuff we don't know about yet still. I mean, imagine that if the biggest continent on the planet, or isn't it? Yeah, it's the biggest continent on the planet. I think. Regardless, but it's huge, and it's chock full of resources: diamonds, gold, everything. Fertile farmland. Yeah, the whole planet's standard of living would rise, would absolutely rise, if Africa was civilized. And if they joined the civilized world. And it's, this isn't like talking down to them, or like, oh, they're just no, it's like, no, this is honesty, it's objectivity, truth, so that we can move on to a better place. Like I'm like, a lot of people, they think in these small potatoes dimensions, and it's quite, I mean, to be, I guess you could say, people might say that I am racist or whatever, but I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing, even if I am. I don't see it that way at all. Just because I prefer my own people doesn't mean that I hate other people. Like, no, it doesn't. And I don't hate other people. I refuse to hate other people. Like, man, I'm not wasting a second of my life hating people just for no reason. I got better shit to do with my life.
He became also a wise man who was able to resolve conflict among his people a way nobody has ever. You see it? Mm-hmm. Conflict resolution, to bring peace to his people, and abundance in terms of gold and trade and all kinds of things, because he asked for wisdom. So if the genes that produce wisdom, and God said, what do you want from me? What genes would you ask for? The one Solomon asked for, the one that gives intelligence so you can provide for your people. And you said it correctly. We look at the Western world, that's why it attracts everybody. They have been able to build these communities for their people. Do we have a good genes?
Yeah, nobody starves here. Nobody, like in China, they used to sell their daughters in times of famine. They would sell their kids as slaves so that they could get food to eat for them and the rest of their kids. And when we went to Japan, they used to sell their daughters into geisha, as geishas because of famine. We forced them into the civilized world to rescue them, to rescue their own daughters from sex slavery. Because before, we had to force Japan to open up for us, because anytime we had a wrecked ship off their coast, they killed them like pirates. And Japan was starting to be looked at as a backwards a backwards people, an inbred people that were no better than brigands. They were just a bunch of highwaymen off the edge of a trade route that was robbing traders, innocent traders that just wanted to do business and use the sea lanes. That's how they looked at Japan until, we said, no, this isn't acceptable. You don't get to just wall your country off and kill innocent guys that are shipwrecked because they got shipwrecked and they need shelter from you. So they go to your island and then you murder them because you're isolationist and you're obsessed with, keeping people xenophobic, keeping people out. That happened. And we sent a gunship there and said, no, we have a treaty. You're going to honor this treaty. John Wayne did a movie about it called The Barbarian and the Geisha. He played the diplomat that basically strong-armed them into it.
Look at Haiti, and look at my country, and look at Sudan, and look at South Africa where they're chasing Nigerians, and look at Nigeria.
And bro, you say they don't want that evolution. Bro, you're wrong. They do want that. Maybe there's some crooked ones. There's some, crooked elites that want to get rich, but nobody, there isn't a black person on the planet that doesn't want to see black people doing good or doing better. And alongside their fellow men, in the civilized world, contributing, earning. Like there is no, man, you're not gonna gaslight anybody into believing that, dude. Like, come on now.
No.
Okay, so what genes is it we're telling people we have the best genes? Well, think twice before you answer now.
When I think of genes, I think of just the genetic makeup, our DNA, right? What are we able to survive? What are we able to?
Yes, but I'm telling you.
Resilience, right?
No, what is resilience? Resilience is not in the genes.
Resilience.
It's a temporal need of something we summon to traverse a short-lived problem. I am saying to you, human beings have known for only one thing, and one thing only, because we want to survive, the primary instinct, okay? So we build sustenance, survival, by providing for our people a better environment.
Okay.
Yes. So, and when we look at the people who have created this environment, it's evident because of all of us flooding to those places. If you were asked for genes, a better gene.
What would I ask for?
You told me already.
What did I tell you? Wisdom?
Well, I've given you the example of the Bible and Solomon. He never said, Lord, make me to live long and never crack. No?
He said, give me wisdom.
That's correct. And he built a kingdom that was really envious to many people. Yes, of course, pride overtook him and he became a womanizer. People traveled, Queen of Sheba, all these people traveled to go see this man, not because he doesn't crack. People came from far away to see this man and bring him gold, not because he has six-pack on his stomach. People came from everywhere to just marvel at what this man has created for his people, and his people were respected when you go out, not because he has long fake hair, nails, and eyelashes, and he's big and fat. No.
Because he was wise, he had vision.
That's correct, because of the genes he has.
Visionary.
So I would rather have God give me those genes.
Nick's a visionary.
And not simply going around and say we don't crack, yet we live in squalor. So no, I would not even repeat that thing, we have the best genes. In what competition is it?
It's in no competition.
That's correct.
Right.
So I keep saying, and that takes us back again to going around and telling people I'm excellent. It's the same thing. Why do we are the only ones? Melanin makes you this. We are the ones with the best melanin. You see, if you have...
They always talking about, a melanated brother and melanated. Or just because these people have less melanin in their skin. Like, bro, why don't you shut your mouth, bro? You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Fat lips. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Quit pretending you're like educated or something, or that you have skills of reason and observation and research. You don't, bro. You don't. I know for sure that you're literally just regurgitating some garbage you overheard a white person talking about.
Some other things that are so important to many people, so important that you've created, not you, but it came from your background.
Right, as a group.
And people, hang on it and flawed to your place. You're not going to even say anything about yourself. You can have your broken tooth, tattoos all over your body as a white person. And you know very confidently, if I go to Africa, they lay the red carpet for me.
Just because as a group, you're okay.
That's correct. You come from that group. You're not even going to say, I'm white, I'm excellent. No.
So we should stop this, or should we?
No. I don't tell anybody. I just dissect things as you pose them to me. I think about them. And I'm
But
telling
it's
you
contradictory in a sense because
that what it should allow you to understand is you're not going to stop them wearing the t-shirt because it's inside them, all right? So they are going to. Okay, look at Eminem, for example, right? He's rich. I mean, platinum of the platinum, right? So he has a lot of money. Would you say that when you look at Eminem in public, standing next to Kodak Black or Mayweather, or just pick any of the black musicians, which of them, if you look at their clothing and their bling and their watches and their collections and their cars, which of them would you say is really rich and the black musicians? Yeah.
But it's funny. He's right though. Eminem don't never wear. He wears a big t-shirt and pants, maybe a cross. That's it. Any movie he's done, you don't ever see him wearing nothing but special. Not even hats, and so he just wears a t-shirt and a damn pair of jeans. That's it. That's how he's always done it. You look at a lot of these colored musicians. Oh, dude, look like a walking jewelry store or something, man. Even the ones that are poor ain't got a pot to piss in there, a window to throw it out of. Oh, they spent them $4,000 to get their damn teeth filed down and stupid ass caps put on them. Even when they don't have a damn thing, they still have they're shiny from head to toe. It's ridiculous. Redonkulous.
Why? Because he doesn't need the exterior to tell you anything.
Waste of money.
The guy was raised in a trailer park. But still, look at it. He doesn't need anything to hide the trailer park. Why? Look at Taylor Swift. Let her appear with Cardi B or Nicki Minaj or any of them in public, and you will think that these ones are richer and da-da-da than her. Because she doesn't need anything. Not because of her music, because the background alone.
No.
So I want us to recognize and not point fingers at the black people who wear the excellent t-shirt or who scream in public, I'm melanin and that's the best God created, we don't cry. It's because we feel we don't have anything that I think. You see a Japanese before you meet them. This part is going to be very important to you to listen to. You see a Japanese before you meet them. You see a Chinese before you meet them. You see a German before you meet them. You see an Englishman before you meet them.
Because of the way they're dressed.
No, I say you see them before you meet them.
Okay, so, all right. I mean, you can see a Japanese, why? Because of their features?
I say you see them before you meet them.
Explain that.
There is no...
You buy their cultural stuff, you see them in movies, you understand their culture before you ever meet a Japanese person. Before you ever meet an African person, you've seen what their culture is like in our media. I mean, she's kind of a dunce. At least she's sincere.
Corner of the world where you don't see a car, an electronic, that you don't say this is Japanese. So at least you're having an image of the people already in your head before you meet them. You have certain adjectives in your head before you meet them. Same with the white American, same with the European, same with the Germans. You see BMW and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen everywhere. Their military tank that they created, history,
the way they build homes.
That's correct. You see it. You know about it before you even meet the German. Or you're going to say, but the black person, you don't see them until you meet them.
I see.
And when you meet them, already you have a certain, what is going to happen. It's unpredictable. Until they finish meeting you, then you go, okay. If it is Nancy. If it is not Nancy and the other one say, of course. I was saying to a friend recently, who was planning to open an Airbnb, and I said, I can promise you one thing. I can make 99.99%, maybe 110%. If a Japanese stays at your place, I'm giving him a 5-star before he even stays there.
Why is that?
Are you asking because you don't know?
No, I'm asking because I want to hear your point. I want to hear what you have to say.
Hotels around the world, I've always said it. Japanese would stay in your hotel room and leave, and you'd never believe that.
They were actually there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's a lady who moved to Jamaica.
They're conscientious and respectful and honorable. That's how guests behave.
And opened an Airbnb, and she went on social media screaming.
I think I know.
You know what I'm talking about. And said, even if the millions I'm going to make is going to come from African Americans or black people, I'm done with it. The last Olympics happened in, I think, Brazil.
Okay.
Japanese athletes cleaned their own village completely. The athletes bagged everything before they left.
Wow. That's impressive.
That's what I mean by there are people you see before you meet them.
They have
So I'm just saying this for us to be
to be conscious of
conscious and
They
empathetic
hold
to our
themselves
blacks
to as
who
high
keep
of a
using
standard as
slogans.
they do
We must
everyone
understand that it's because they don't feel that when they go out, there's anything behind, what's the movie that says all the forces are behind me? I think it's a Star Trek, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Star Wars.
They don't feel it. They don't know anything out there that they believe that people see before they see them. They know that. So of course you have to try hard to make slogans and praise yourself and all kinds of things. Excellent is not seen or heard. It's not heard or read. Excellent, you see it.
So what would you say to the future Black children who are looking to be excellent, are looking to strive?
Nobody looks to be excellent.
They are.
You do the 3 basic things that are necessary to make you a valuable member of your community. Okay, be empathetic to other people, be considerate to people. That all of us, even though we may be Black in one community, we are different. So be considerate. Okay, and I say it all the time: be a hero unto yourself first. Otherwise, you're not going to be a hero to anybody. Be a hero unto yourself means don't allow yourself to fall into situations where decadence overtakes you, juvenility overtakes you. There's nothing cool about you going to jail at the age of 19 and tattooing your baby mama's name on your arms and work out and come out and then have a cookout. There's nothing at all graceful about it. Go to school if you can. If you can't, go to a trade school and but I can't tell anybody to do this. It would be very arrogant on my part. If you had asked me, what would I tell to my children? Then that would be a different story.
What would you tell your children?
I won't tell my children. They would.
Lead by example?
That's correct. You don't teach culture. It is inherited. You see it. We are the only ones who try to teach culture. We're the only ones saying that the Black people must unite. Black people need to change their culture. We say it as it is something you can.
Just unite. Just come together as a community.
You can't.
Or support.
You don't set a project to unite people. You don't. There is something in the center that attracts them. You come to something because you have something to give into the pool. But if there's no pool for you to put anything into it, then you can.
Why come together?
That's correct. You won't come together. So you can see we are the only ones who say things that other people didn't say it. It just happened. It will happen if it is there. Murphy said if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. We don't have a pool into which any Black person will bring anything, and we keep wondering, we don't support each other. No, it's not true. We don't have any pool in which the support can be brought. So that's why you hear Black people have to change their mindset. Have you ever seen Asians saying this to themselves or white people? No. Why do you say it? Because you don't have it. You only say the things you don't have. You only placate the things you don't have. You only shout slogans on the things you know, I must have it. I don't.
Because if you know you don't have something, you're constantly working.
That's correct.
You don't need, and plus you don't even want others to know you don't have it.
That's correct. That is the thing. But
that's why there's so many
the placard actually brings attention to us. So you have, I'm Black excellent.
I don't have it.
And you went to the coffee shop at the airport. Just because the woman forgot to put sugar, you threw the coffee all over the place. But here you are, Black excellent. You come to the gate late because, you're tardy by nature. And they said, ma'am, the gate is closed. And you break every glass. But you have a t-shirt, Black excellent. You allow a guy with bad breath from jail to knock you up twice. But you have a t-shirt saying Black pride. So when you see it, you got to be empathetic to say this person is lacking something and just had a placard to announce himself, not because he's stupid or dumb or anything like that. But the 3 things I've spoken about is this idea we have to be saying.
I hear you on that, Hoax, but you know something, man? Like, it is written as BS, man. Like, there's always tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, things die, and in their ashes, other things are reborn. Like when one door closes, another one opens. It's just change, bro. Just change. And that, whether it's bad or good, no matter what, good things will come of it. That's just the way it works, man. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down,
That we have the best genes. Not true at all. Genes has
the thing is, though, is it's not how hard of a punch you can take. It's, do you get back up? Like they say. Are you just gonna have a hang dog whipped puppy look, and the future, it looks so rough and this and that, or are you gonna have some optimism and some discipline and self-respect, and look to the next, it's a new day. Look to the next best thing you can do. That's all we can do. And having a hang dog, saddened, whipped. That's why you don't see me talking about it like that very often. When I talk about it, I make sure that, there's some sugar with the medicine, or at least a positive outlook. Like, hey, we've been in rougher spots before and we've rebounded with spectacular, like we went through the plague and then, we go to the moon, so that's what I'm saying is, okay, maybe we're in for some tough times, but that's no reason to give up. That's no reason to, lose heart. I mean, our ancestors, our the people that came before us dealt with much tougher odds, much tougher.
Useful, not to you because you don't crack. Genes have to make sure that your community doesn't crack. Your country doesn't crack like Haiti. It means these people have good genes.
Mm-hmm.
But when your country is jacked up, like the majority we know in Africa and Haiti and all these places, you don't have a good genes. And with that, Nancy, always great to have these social commentaries.
When I watch this stuff, it's not even necessarily that they have something interesting that I want to talk about. It's just that it's on a topic that I can riff with. You know what I mean? They will touch on problems or touch on issues that I have something to say about. You know, I have two cents to put in. I really, when I put on other videos, I'm not really using them anymore. I used to kind of lean on them, like, oh well, you know, at least they're entertaining. But really, it's just to give me fodder to talk about, just to give me stuff to talk about. You know. Anyway, yeah, it's getting pretty late. You know, I'm surprised I kind of held the 30 to 40 concurrent viewers for quite some time now. Appreciate you guys watching. Hopefully you liked and subscribed. I don't know how many people liked so far, but I'm sure it's not hardly any. But yeah, I hope you guys appreciated the stream. Nick said he's not going to be doing a show tomorrow either. I probably will though. I'll probably do one. But yeah, good talk, good stream. You know, enjoy your evening. Catch you guys in the next one. Cheers.